Chapter 726, Sister Return Lightning Pool. With the Bull's Gate, it should arrive at the nearest city around 7 or 8 in the evening. If Zhou Wen doesn't wish to sleep in the wilderness, the chances of him spending the night there is very high. It makes sense to guess 7, Xianxia said with a smile. I can't compare to Brother Zhang's clairvoyance. It's just a random guess, Xianxia said with a smile. Then I'll make a random guess too. 701, Xianxia said in all seriousness. Since you are guessing 701, then I'll guess 659, Duguji added. Hey, aren't you guys going overboard? Xianxia said unhappily. Xianxia replied with a smile. Actually, it's too easy to guess the time. Why don't we change what we are betting on? What else can we guess other than time? Xianxia couldn't think of anything else. Let's guess which city he's taking that piece of wood to. What do you think? Xianxia said. All right, let's bet on that. I'll let you guys guess first this time, Xianxia said. There's no need. Let's write it on paper and open them together. Xianxia handed paper and pen to Xianxia and Duguji. The three of them gave their answers and opened them together. After looking at each other's answers, the three of them looked at each other in dismay. Among the three of them, 2 of them wrote the imperial capital, while Xianxia wrote the capital. However, the imperial capital and the capital were basically the same. It was just that the locals of the imperial capital were more used to calling it the capital. It looks like we can't bet on this either. Xianxia smiled. Why don't we make it simpler? We'll bet on whether he can reach the imperial capital alive, Duguji said. There are only 2 answers, yes or no. How are the 3 of us going to bet? Xianxia said. That's simple. Reaching the imperial capital alive, reaching the imperial capital after he's dead, and not being able to reach the imperial capital. Isn't that 3 options? The time limit is a month. What do you think? Duguji said. That makes sense. Who will choose first? Xianxia looked at Duguji. Since I was the one who suggested the rules, I'll make the final choice, Duguji said. Xianxia wore a heavy expression as he did some calculations. After a while, he said, if no one wants to snatch the option from me, I'll choose the option that he reaches the imperial capital after he's dead. I won't vie with you for that choice. I'll choose the option that he reaches the capital alive, Xianxia said. Then the remaining choice is mine. I guess he won't be able to reach the imperial capital, Duguji said. In that case, let's travel together and follow him. Let's see the outcome, Xianxia suggested. Fine with me. Duguji stood up. The 3 of them left the cafe and chased after Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen carried the wooden log and left the city. Although he was riding the Great Might Vajra bull, he still needed to expend a lot of stamina to carry the wooden log. When he left the city, Zhou Wen's forehead was already beading with sweat, and his clothes were drenched. Helpless, Zhou Wen could only switch to the Ancient Sovereign Sutra and fuse with the Defy Ancient Sovereign Life Soul. With the augmentation of the powerful life force, he could continue while carrying the log. The Great Might Vajra bull wasn't having an easy time either. It slowed down significantly, and its speed was nothing like usual. It ran like an old bull dragging a cart. Not long after leaving the city and entering the mountains, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning bolts flashed like divine dragons. Occasionally, ferocious shadows would appear in the dark clouds. "Is it going to rain?" Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown when he heard the thunder. He stared at the thick, dark clouds. Dugu Ji, Zhang Chengqiu, and Xia Liuchuan followed behind Zhou Wen from afar. They didn't chase too closely. With Zhang Chengqiu, who was clairvoyant, there was no need to be afraid of losing him, nor did they need to get too close. At that moment, they also saw the dark clouds and lightning that filled the sky. However, they weren't as optimistic as Zhou Wen. "Chengqiu, what do you think?" Xia Liuchuan stared at the dark clouds in the sky with a serious expression. Zhang Chengqiu did a simple divination and said, "An ominous omen. Don't try to fool me with those charlatan methods. I want to hear the truth." Xia Liuchuan interrupted Zhang Chengqiu. "To be honest, a breakout creature is about to appear. Furthermore, it doesn't look too weak. From the looks of it, you will be busy," Zhang Chengqiu said with a smile. Among the three of them, only Xia Liuchuan needed Zhou Wen to reach the capital alive to win the bet. He naturally wouldn't let Zhou Wen die here. As long as he could win, Xia Liuchuan didn't mind helping Zhou Wen. As they spoke, Zhou Wen sped up, hoping to reach the city earlier. Unfortunately, the log was too heavy. Even if the great might Vajra bull ran with all its might, it couldn't run fast. Zhang Chengqiu pinched his fingers, divining as he walked. He looked around and suddenly, his expression changed as he shouted, "That's not right." "What's wrong?" Xia Liuchuan asked curiously. Before Zhang Chengqiu could answer, he heard an explosion in the sky. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck a nearby forest. Strangely, when the lightning struck the forest, there were visible electric arcs. The forest that was enveloped by the lightning only flashed with lightning, but there was no fire. And this was only the beginning. Large swaths of lightning kept striking the forest, covering all the plants with a layer of lightning. However, the plants didn't die. Instead, they became more spirited. Thunder Trigram above, Lake Trigram below. Its sister, Return Lightning Pool. "It looks like things aren't looking good," Zhang Chengqiu said as he did the calculations. After spending some time with Zhang Chengqiu, Xia Liuchuan had a basic understanding of divination. Upon hearing that, he said, "I don't think it's a dangerous divination, right? I remember hearing you say that Sister Return Lightning Pool means that in order to obtain greater benefits, one needs to pay a certain price in exchange. It's just like marrying off one's sister. Although what you said isn't entirely correct, it's not too far off." However, before Zhang Chengqiu could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw the plants that were covered in lightning seem to come alive. Their leaves and branches trembled as they shot out bolts of lightning. Instantly, the criss-crossing lightning enveloped Xia Liuchuan and company. This level of lightning naturally didn't affect them much. Xia Liuchuan shattered the lightning with a wave of his hand. Thunder boomed in the sky again. This time, the thunder was especially loud, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. And in the dark clouds in the sky, a ball of green lightning fell like a meteor. Boom! A large area of the forest was destroyed as a figure emitting lightning appeared in the ruins. Chapter 727, Hotel. Xia Liuchuan looked over and saw that it was a tiger with wings on its back. Azure lightning danced on its body as though every cell was flashing with lightning. The tiger immediately saw Xia Liuchuan and the other two. It flapped its wings and instantly transformed into lightning. Not good. Xia Liuchuan's expression changed as he summoned an ancient sword. The ancient sword split into two at every turn until there were 8. It transformed into a sword formation that resembled a metallic wall of copper and iron that defended Xia Liuchuan. Du Guji rapidly retreated like a ghost. He was unbelievably fast. Zhou Wen's all-out use of transcendent flying immortal was not much better. Zhang Chunkyu flicked his sleeve, and talismans appeared in front of him, turning into a talisman formation that protected his body. At that instant, an azure bolt of lightning tore through the sky and transformed into a lightning net. Instantly, it enveloped the sword formation and the talisman formation. No matter how fast Du Guji's movement technique was, he wasn't as fast as the lightning. He was also enveloped. Rumble! The sword formation shattered, and the talismans were burned. The might of the lightning was like heavenly punishment that could destroy everything. Ah! The 3 of them cried out tragically as their bodies convulsed from the lightning. Their hair was smoking. Zhou Wen, who was riding with the wooden log on his shoulder, looked in the direction behind him in puzzlement. He saw lightning striking in the distant mountain, producing incessant rumbling sounds. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why is this lightning so terrifying? Could it be that the lightning and rain have mutated? From the looks of it, I should rush to the city ahead and find a place to stay." Zhou Wen urged the great might Vajra bull, hoping that it could run faster. However, the big guy was panting in exhaustion. It had no way of running any faster. Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. The dimensionalization was still limited to Earth itself, and didn't involve the satellites outside. Therefore, the Federation could still guarantee basic communication with artificial satellites. If the artificial satellites were affected in the future, the means of communication would be even weaker. Thunder rumbled in the distance as bolts of lightning descended from the sky. The sound of thunder was terrifying. Thankfully, Zhou Wen wasn't struck by lightning. He rushed all the way and finally arrived at a nearby city at 6 p.m. The lightning in the mountains rumbled, but it wasn't that terrifying in the city. It was just a little cloudy. There was a drizzle that didn't feel cold. It felt refreshing when the rain landed on his skin. This city was relatively small. After the dimensional storms, it had suffered a serious loss of population. Now, very few shops opened on both sides of the streets. There were very few pedestrians. Most of them had probably moved to a large city. This was a good thing for Zhou Wen. At the very least, there weren't many onlookers wagging their tongues at him as he rode on a bull and carried a log. Occasionally, pedestrians would pass by and look at him in surprise. Not long after Zhou Wen entered the city, he saw a small hotel. The door of the hotel was open, but there was no one inside. The tables and couches were in a mess, and there was quite a bit of dust on them. From the looks of it, the owner had already left. Zhou Wen went in and found a room. He realized that there was a bed with a blanket in there, so he chose to stay. In any case, he only needed to rest for a while before continuing on his journey. He didn't have too high a requirement for a place to stay. All he needed to do was shield himself from the elements. Shortly after Zhou Wen entered the hotel, it began pouring heavily outside. The rain seemed to be water from an overturned basin. In just a short period of time, rainwater began to pool on the roads. The sewers were unable to keep up with the quantity of rainwater. From the looks of it, I can only continue on my journey after the rain stops. Just as Zhou Wen was about to put down the log on his shoulder, the antelope suddenly tugged at him, indicating for him to look at the ground. Zhou Wen looked down and saw a few words on the ground. It was obvious that the antelope had written them with its hooves. Body must remain inseparable from the log. Separation means certain death. What do you want? This place is still far from the imperial capital. I can't keep carrying it, right? Zhou Wen said gloomily. Can't you read? Do you not know what it means for your body to remain inseparable from the log? The antelope gave Zhou Wen a disdainful look before writing a line on the ground. So that's how it is. Is it fine as long as my body doesn't leave the log? Zhou Wen placed the log on the ground and sat on it. With his body greatly enervated, Zhou Wen could finally heave a sigh of relief. This piece of wood was heavy. Even after using the power of the Defy Ancient Sovereign Life Soul, he still felt that his body couldn't take it. Since he couldn't leave the log, he didn't even need to sleep on the bed. Zhou Wen pulled a blanket over himself and slept on the log. The antelope slept comfortably on the bed. So did the chick. It even covered itself with a blanket by pecking a rug over. With the heavy rain outside, Zhou Wen didn't dare rashly set off. He planned on leaving after the rain stopped. That's not how you kick a ball. Zhou Wen was sleeping soundly when a voice suddenly sounded. It nearly made him jump up in fright. Thankfully, Zhou Wen still remembered the words that the body must remain inseparable from the log. He forcefully stopped himself from leaping off the log. When he opened his eyes and took a closer look, he realized that the television in the room had turned on, and it was playing an old movie. I was nearly scared to death. How did this crappy television switch on by itself? Zhou Wen turned his head and saw that the chick had woken up at some point in time. It was fiddling with a remote control with its claws. I'm sleeping. Stop fooling around. Zhou Wen reached out and sucked the remote control over. Then, he used the remote control to turn off the television. Seeing that it was still early and that the rain was still pouring outside, Zhou Wen lay down and continued sleeping. He had just fallen asleep when he was suddenly woken up by a sound. This move is clearly called an old man pushing a cart. Don't write me off as ignorant. Zhou Wen was woken up again and saw the television turn on again. It was playing the old movie. Little Feifei, stop fooling around, all right. Let me rest for a while. I'm really tired. Zhou Wen was just about to take the chick's remote when he realized that the chick wasn't holding the remote at all. The remote was still beside him. The chick crawled out of the blanket and looked at him blankly. What's going on? Did I touch the remote control myself? That's not right. That's not right. This hotel has been abandoned for some time. There's no electricity. How can the television be switched on? Zhou Wen finally snapped out of his daze and sat up to carefully watch the television. At this glance, Zhou Wen couldn't help but change his expression. This was because the television's power cable was hanging down. It wasn't plugged in at all. Even if there was electricity in the hotel, it was impossible for the television to be switched on. Watch and see. The old movie on the television was still playing. Zhou Wen frowned as he stared at the television and used Truth Listener to inspect it. Chapter 728, Concerned Person. Truth Listener's ability allowed Zhou Wen to hear the internal structure of the television. However, Zhou Wen didn't know much about circuit boards, nor did he notice anything amiss. He didn't discover any companion beasts or dimensional creatures inside, but he realized that there was an electric current flowing inside. It's impossible for there to be no problems. Zhou Wen checked several times, but he failed to find anything wrong. He tried turning the television off with the remote control, and it was switched off again. It looked no different from a normal television. What the hell? Could it be that the electric current produced by the thunderstorm has run into the television, giving it electricity? Zhou Wen studied it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out why there was electricity in the television. However, even he couldn't come to terms with his guess. I want to see what's messing around. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to monitor the entire hotel and the nearby area. Nothing could escape his ears, even in the heavy rain. Zhou Wen sat on the log and stared at the television. Boom! After a while, thunder sounded in the sky again. It felt like the lightning was very close, as though it had exploded outside the building. Suddenly, the television lit up and the movie started playing. Cut the crap. Take off. Take off your clothes. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? You're really amazing. I don't even mind you beating me to death. Zhou Wen kept staring at the television, while Truth Listener kept monitoring all its components. However, for some reason, there was suddenly electricity in the television. There were no suspicious signs inside or outside the inn. There was no one, nor were there any dimensional creatures. Strange. Could it be that the lightning outside has entered the television? Zhou Wen felt that this matter was odd. Ignoring the fact that the lightning couldn't be transmitted in, even if it could, it would only damage the components. It was impossible for the television to work normally. This time, Zhou Wen didn't switch off the television. He sat there watching. The television had plenty of power. It continued playing even after quite some time. Who can be more miserable than me? A person on the television tragically cried out at the sky before collapsing to the ground. Zhou Wen couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Although he found it odd, this old movie was still quite funny. Even if there's really someone causing trouble, I might only end up falling for someone's scheme if I were to leave this place and enter the heavy rain. I'll just take a wait-and-see approach for now. Zhou Wen decided to turn off the television and sleep on the log. He kept Truth Listener's ability active the entire time. Zhou Wen would immediately know of any movement. He also switched his Essence Energy Art to Tao Sutra. With the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder life soul, he could be somewhat safe. The television kept playing old movies, one after another, but other than that, nothing else happened. After sleeping deep into the night, Zhou Wen suddenly heard footsteps coming from the entrance of the hotel. He immediately woke up. With Truth Listener's ability, he immediately saw a strange person run in. The person's clothes were tattered, and his hair was charred black. He looked like he had just been struck by lightning. He finally can't hold back. Zhou Wen sat up and monitored the person's every move. After the person entered, he sniffed around before walking towards Zhou Wen's room. He's indeed coming for me, Zhou Wen thought. When the person arrived at the door, Zhou Wen was waiting for him. He wanted to see what tricks he had up his sleeve, but he never expected the person to knock on the door a few times. Who is it? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised as he asked after some thought. The person outside said, Zhou Wen, I'm here to snitch. You have to be careful along the way. Someone wants you dead, and it's not just one. Who wants me dead? Zhou Wen asked. You should know the Dugu family and the Zhang family of the Federation's 6 families, right? The Dugu families, Dugu Ji, and the Zhang families, Zhang Chengqiu, both want your life, the person outside the door answered. I have no grudge with them. Why do they want me dead? Zhou Wen asked again. This time, the person outside didn't answer. Instead, he asked, You're going to the imperial capital, right? What has my whereabouts got to do with them wanting to kill me? Zhou Wen didn't quite believe the person in front of him. This person looked problematic. They don't want you to enter the imperial capital alive, the person outside said. Why? Zhou Wen frowned. Don't worry about the reason. Just be careful. The person prepared to leave. Who are you? Why are you telling me this? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. Just call me concerned person, the person said firmly, and turned to go downstairs. If it wasn't for the fact that his clothes were tattered and his hair was charred black, he would have looked rather cool. Zhou Wen found the name concerned person familiar. After being stunned for a while, he recalled that wasn't the name used frequently in primary school composition. Who is this person? Zhou Wen frowned. He naturally wouldn't completely believe this person's words, but from the looks of it, he really didn't have any ill intentions. Is he behind the television? Zhou Wen was somewhat unsure. The television was still playing, so Zhou Wen didn't think too much about it. He decided to sleep first and wait for the rain to stop. After all, he was determined to make this trip to the imperial capital. He would deal with whatever came his way. There was no use worrying. Not long after he fell asleep, Zhou Wen heard someone enter the hotel again. Tap, tap, tap. After the person entered the hotel, he didn't even take a sniff before heading to the second floor and running towards Zhou Wen's room. His appearance was similar to the person from before. He was also wearing tattered clothes, and his hair was charred black. However, it was obvious that he wasn't the same person. This person was taller. Could it be that the person in question is here? Just as Zhou Wen was thinking, the person had already arrived at the door. He had actually raised his hand to knock. Who is it? Zhou Wen asked patiently. Are you Zhou Wen? The person at the door asked. I'm Zhou Wen. Who are you? Zhou Wen asked. I'm just a nobody. If you're happy, call me Nameless. I'm here to tell you that someone wants to harm you on your way to the imperial capital. You have to be careful, the person outside said. Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss as he asked calmly, Who wants to harm me? It's the Dugu families, Dugu Ji, and the Zhang families, Zhang Chengqiu. You have to be careful of them. The person outside said the exact same thing as the person who had just come. Who are you? Zhou Wen asked. There's no need for us to know each other. Let's meet again if fate allows for it. With that said, the person went downstairs. Chapter 729. Messy Information. What the hell is up with these people? They were all struck by lightning, but they still came running to tell me to be careful of a sneak attack. In this day and age, has the human mind reached such a sublime level? Zhou Wen doubted such good things existed. The two of them shouldn't be from the same faction. Otherwise, they would only need to come once. There's no need for the two of them to run over. However, from the lightning wounds on their bodies, they seem to have experienced similar injuries. What's going on? Zhou Wen thought about it and couldn't figure it out. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to sleep after suffering such a disturbance. Thankfully, Zhou Wen wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. He lay down before falling asleep again. After concerned person and nameless came, the thunderstorm became much smaller and gradually dissipated. When Zhou Wen woke up in the morning, the rain had already stopped. The television had also switched off by itself. Could it be that it's really because of the thunderstorm that the television was running on its own? Although Zhou Wen didn't believe it, there was no better explanation. The phone suddenly rang. Zhou Wen took out his phone and saw that it was Xianxia. "Young Master Wen, are you in Waihui now?" Xianxia asked directly. "Yes, how did you know?" Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. "The Bureau has already found your whereabouts. It might not be the best choice to make this trip," Xianxia said. "I have to make a trip to the imperial capital." "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Zhou Wen had no choice. If it was any other time, he would definitely have turned around and returned to Luoyang. At most, he wouldn't go to the imperial capital. But now that he had the log on him, if he didn't go to the imperial capital and couldn't separate from the log at all, how was he going to pass his days? What was worse was that being inseparable from the log was only when he was resting. If Zhou Wen wanted to move, he had to carry it. Who could stand that? "Young Master Wen, if you insist on going, it's best you change your route and progress speed. I've revised the routes for you." Xianxia sent a document to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen chatted with Xianxia for a while before opening the document Xianxia had sent him. He wanted to know what to do next, but when he opened the document, his eyes widened. The content of the document wasn't a map at all, but a dynamic emoji. It was a picture of two tall and muscular men wearing only briefs. One of them had his arms around the other's neck, while the other was hugging his waist as they danced together. Zhou Wen was immediately dumbfounded as his expression turned odd. It should have been sent wrongly, however. Why would Xianxia have such a picture? Could it be? Zhou Wen shivered and hurriedly shook his head to deny his thoughts. He sent a message to Xianxia and asked, Xianxia, did you send the wrong document? Wasn't it a map of the routes?" Xianxia quickly replied, "No, it's an animated picture." Zhou Wen sent the picture along with the message. After a while, Xianxia sent another message. "There's something wrong with the message. I didn't make a mistake, but the message you received isn't right. The reason isn't clear. It's no longer safe to use my route. I'll send you a few routes later. You shall choose the route yourself. Don't tell anyone, including me." "All right," Zhou Wen nodded. Xianxia sent a simple sketch over. It was obvious that it was hand-drawn. It showed the routes from where he was to the imperial capital. He could choose one of them. As the communication line could be compromised, Xianxia didn't say much. He exhorted Zhou Wen to be careful before ending the call. Zhou Wen studied the map before choosing a path to continue his journey. In a cave on Chess Mountain, a seductive woman chained up was fiddling with some experimental equipment as though she was doing some research. The phone beside her rang. The woman glanced at the phone screen and realized that the message was from Zhou Wen. With a thought, an invisible force immediately controlled the phone to tap open the message. The phone automatically flew to the woman, allowing her to see the message. The woman frowned. "Baby, I want you to be my slave tonight." "Zhou Wen, you sure are gutsy. You want me to be your slave? I'll satisfy you immediately." The woman narrowed her eyes as a strange glint flashed in them. With a thought, the woman automatically sent a message to Zhou Wen. I'll fulfill your wish tonight. Zhou Wen was walking when he heard his phone ring. He took it out and saw that it was from the theurge. He immediately clicked it open and was momentarily at a loss. He sent a message over. What do you mean? Did you send the wrong message? Wrong message? Then who did you plan on sending your message to? The theurge quickly replied. How would I know who your message was meant for? Zhou Wen felt even more puzzled. The theurge didn't reply. Zhou Wen muttered to himself, crazy. After putting away his phone, he continued his journey. Zhou Wen changed his previous route and took another detour. He didn't take the same old route. Although taking the original path might have an unexpected effect, the probability of Zhou Wen changing his route and not changing his route was 1 in 2. However, the chances of accurately determining which one of the new routes that Zhou Wen would take were much lower. Therefore, Zhou Wen decided to change his route. An hour after Zhou Wen set off, Xianxia and company set off from another hotel in Waihui and continued following Zhou Wen. They looked much better now. The day before, they had encountered the mysterious dimensional creature that nearly killed them. Although they had managed to escape in the end, they had suffered minor injuries. With Xianxia's deduction, they slowly followed behind. They weren't afraid of losing Zhou Wen. We were really unlucky yesterday to encounter such a terrifying dimensional creature. Thankfully, I'm smart enough and ran fast enough, Xianxia said gloomily. Xianxia pondered and said, I did some divinations when I came out today. What do they say? Xianxia asked. Today's divination is still Sister Return Lightning Pool, Xianxia said. No way. Something similar will happen today, Xianxia frowned. I hope not. Logically speaking, this Sister Return Lightning Pool isn't a bad divination, but this matter seems a little odd. It's best to be careful, Xianxia said. The trio left the city and followed Zhou Wen's path for less than 2 hours before feeling that something was amiss. In the wilderness, there seemed to be pairs of eyes peeping at them, but upon careful inspection, they didn't discover any dimensional creatures or humans. Don't tell me something is up again. Xianxia felt uneasy. Chapter 730, Loving You for 10,000 Years. I'm afraid it's already happened, Xianxia said as he sized up the dark forest. Dugu Ji didn't say a word, but many tiny worms flew into the forest. Although the goo worms weren't at the mythical stage, they had hidden techniques. Furthermore, they were small in size, making it difficult for ordinary creatures to discover them. However, after the goo worms entered the forest, they simultaneously lost contact with Dugu Ji. No matter how Dugu Ji summoned them, he couldn't obtain their memories. This made Dugu Ji's expression turn ugly. Quick, let's go. As Dugu Ji spoke, he spread open a pair of insect wings, wanting to retreat along his original path. Xianxia also summoned his ancient sword to use sword kinesis flight. His straight-line speed wasn't slower than Dugu Ji's. Xianxia wasn't slow either. He took out a talisman and was about to escape underground. However, just as the trio was halfway through their actions, they saw a pair of ghostly eyes open in the pitch-black forest. The eyes stared at them, and they felt their minds blur. They were so tired that they couldn't even open their eyes. Bam! The three of them fell to the ground in a daze. No matter how they struggled, their eyelids slowly closed. As Zhou Wen walked in front, All he felt was that the surrounding forest was especially quiet. However, it was different from the path the antelope had taken him. Although this path was quiet, there were many animals. However, they seemed especially lazy and were still sleeping. Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. He walked carefully, but he didn't encounter any problems along the way. By the time he arrived at the next city, the sky had already darkened. After a day of carrying the log, Zhou Wen felt exhausted. He found a hotel in the small city and settled down. This small city was similar to the previous city. Almost everyone had left. Zhou Wen randomly found an empty hotel, and no one asked him for money. That night, Zhou Wen slept very soundly. When he woke up, he stretched his back and was filled with energy. Nothing strange happened that night, unlike the hotel the night before. The television didn't automatically switch on. However, Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. His chest seemed especially heavy. He looked down and immediately screamed. For some reason, the clothes in front of his chest were lifted up as though there were two huge papayas stuffed inside. Zhou Wen hurriedly pulled open his clothes and immediately discovered two things that shouldn't have appeared on him. How did this happen? Zhou Wen realized that his voice had become extremely feminine. He hurriedly took out a mirror and looked at himself. He immediately realized that he had become a woman. Zhou Wen immediately thought of the message the Thirch had sent him. He hurriedly took out his phone and sent the Thirch a message. "The Thirch, did you turn me into a woman?" "Yes." The Thirch quickly replied and admitted it readily. "Why? I haven't offended you recently, right?" Zhou Wen held back his anger and asked. "Don't you know why?" the Thirch asked. "I really don't know." "Tell me clearly, what's the reason?" Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. From the Thirch's tone, it seemed like he had provoked her first, but he hadn't contacted the Thirch recently. The Thirch hadn't contacted him either. "Have you forgotten the message you sent so quickly?" "Do you still need me to remind you?" the Thirch replied. "I really don't know what's going on. I'm begging you, all right. Tell me, what message did I send you?" Zhou Wen increasingly felt that there was definitely something wrong. When the Thirch heard Zhou Wen's words, she seemed to realize that something was amiss. With Zhou Wen's character being so afraid of death, how could he tempt fate by sending such a teasing message? The Thirch thought for a moment before sending a screenshot of the message to Zhou Wen. "Baby, I want you to be my slave tonight." Zhou Wen's head turned livid when he saw the screenshot. He originally wanted to say that it wasn't posted by himself, but looking at the chat history on the screenshot, it was indeed sent from his account. It's no wonder the Thirch is so angry. So that's how it is. However, I've never sent such a message. If the Thirch wants to mess with me, there's no need to go through so much trouble to send me a fake message. Could it be that my account has been hacked? Did someone send a message to the Thirch using my account? Zhou Wen was suspicious. "The Thirch, I really didn't send that message." "How could I send you that message?" "Someone must have hacked my account and sent you that message." Zhou Wen wanted to explain the matter clearly and get the Thirch to quickly transform his body back. He really had no way of going out to meet anyone. "What do you mean it's impossible for you to send me such a message?" the Thirch replied. "You are a flower. How can I have any thoughts about a flower?" "The Thirch, just believe me. Even if I were to tease us so, I wouldn't dare tease you." "Quickly change me back," Zhou Wen explained. It was fine if Zhou Wen didn't give his explanations, but his explanations only served to make the Thirch even angrier. She replied coldly, "Just wait. You will recover on your own." Then, the Thirch didn't reply to any more of Zhou Wen's messages. Despite thinking hard, Zhou Wen couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. She was fine just moments ago, so why was she suddenly unhappy? Thankfully, recovery was still possible. It was probably similar to the last time he transformed into a cat. He would recover after some time. Zhou Wen didn't leave. He planned on staying in the hotel and waiting for his transformation to end. During this period of time, Zhou Wen restored his phone to its factory settings. Then, he redownloaded the apps and changed the password. He used all the available methods to prevent his account from being hacked again. Feng Qiuyan was practicing his saber techniques as usual. Suddenly, his phone rang. Feng Qiuyan usually didn't pick up his phone or read messages when he was practicing with his saber. However, when he heard that the message was a ringtone that he had specially set, he guessed that it was from Zhou Wen. Feng Qiuyan stopped practicing with his saber and picked up his phone to take a look. Indeed, the message was from Zhou Wen. Feng Qiuyan opened the message, and his expression immediately turned odd. "There was once a sincere love that was placed in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. I only regretted it when I lost it. This is the most painful thing in the world. If the heavens can give me another chance, I will say 3 words to you: I love you. If you must add a deadline to this love, I hope it will be 10,000 years." Feng Qiuyan stared blankly at the message as he looked extremely confused. How did this happen? Why would Coach treat me? How can I reject Coach without hurting his pride? Feng Qiuyan was conflicted. Chapter 731, Coach, You're a Nice Guy. Beep. Zhou Wen was grinding while sitting on the log when he suddenly heard his phone ring. He picked it up and realized that it was from Feng Qiuyan. "Coach, you're a nice guy. I believe you'll meet the best person in the future. I just want to focus on practicing my saber. I don't plan on considering personal problems. It's not you, it's me." Zhou Wen was confused, unsure of what was going on. Feng Qiuyan was usually cool. Apart from practicing his saber techniques, he seldom spoke to others. Why would he suddenly send such a strange message to him? It didn't seem like his style at all. Could it be that he was hacked like me? As Zhou Wen thought about it, he sent Feng Qiuyan a message: "Little Yanyan, have you been hacked?" When Feng Qiuyan received Zhou Wen's message and saw the way he addressed him as Little Yanyan, he suddenly shivered for some reason. This nickname was given to him by Lai Xuan. He was used to being called that, so he didn't feel anything. He didn't mind it either. However, for some reason when he saw this nickname today, he found it a little strange. It weirded him out in an indescribable manner. "I wasn't hacked. Coach, we are still students. We should prioritize our studies. Besides, the Federation is in a dire situation now. Everyone has a responsibility for the Federation's rise and fall." Feng Qiuyan thought about how to reason with Zhou Wen without making him lose his dignity and not be sad about being rejected. He also hoped that it could be an impetus for him to work even harder. Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss as he suddenly realized something. He immediately sent a message to Feng Qiuyan. "Before this message, did I send you a message? If there's one, send me a screenshot." Zhou Wen took a screenshot of the first message Feng Qiuyan had sent him and sent it over. He felt that something was amiss. Indeed, it didn't take long for Feng Qiuyan to send a screenshot over. He even added, "Coach, it's really not that you aren't good enough, but that I really just want to focus on practicing my saber." When Zhou Wen saw the screenshot, he wished he could immediately find a hole to burrow in. "FK your sister. Who the hell is behind this?" Zhou Wen felt like killing someone. If this continued, he would definitely go crazy. Left with no choice, Zhou Wen sent a message to Feng Qiuyan to explain the theft of his account. Yes, I understand, coach. I won't tell anyone about this," Feng Qiuyan replied. "FK that, what are you thinking? My account has really been hacked." Zhou Wen felt like crying, but Feng Qiuyan's words reminded him of something. Zhou Wen hurriedly sent a message to all his friends, telling them that his account had been hacked. If there were any abnormal messages from him, they mustn't believe it. Not long after, people replied to him with all sorts of messages. Some said that he had cheated them of their money and wanted them to return it. Others said that they had confessed to her and wanted him to take responsibility. However, they were all joking. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief when he learned that the rest hadn't received any special messages. Zhou Wen switched off his phone before considering the matter. He felt that something was amiss, as though it wasn't as simple as being hacked. This seems to have happened after I entered the hotel, which had the television automatically switched on. Could it be that something has happened to my phone? Zhou Wen felt that the two matters were related. He checked his phone and didn't find any problems. Everything inside was normal. For this, Zhou Wen even especially found the internal structure of the phone and compared it to his own. However, there was nothing abnormal. No special components were installed inside. After switching on the phone again, Zhou Wen wiped his phone again and restored its factory settings. He did it again, but he didn't know if it was of any use. That's not right. Zhou Wen looked at the screen and suddenly discovered a problem. The phone was normal, but the only abnormal thing was the battery. In the past 2 days, Zhou Wen hadn't charged his phone at all. Although he didn't usually use the phone, it had been on standby for a few days. Furthermore, he had been using it for quite some time. Yet the battery was still at 100% charge. This was clearly abnormal. Zhou Wen discovered this anomaly and immediately thought of the television that had automatically switched on in the hotel. I don't know why there was an electric current in the television previously that allowed it to automatically switch on. Now, the battery in my phone doesn't run out of charge. Could it be caused by the same thing? Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to check the phone's battery, but he didn't find any problems. He just found plenty of charge in the battery. Although smashing the phone might resolve the problem, it was only a possibility. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and didn't smash the phone. He switched it off. Not long after, his body finally returned to normal. Zhou Wen continued on his journey with his phone. On the way, Zhou Wen paid close attention to the phone. Truth Listener's ability was constantly paying attention to the interior of the phone, especially the battery. However, he didn't discover anything amiss. When he arrived at the next city, Zhou Wen stopped to rest again. His phone remained silent. However, in the middle of the night, something abnormal happened. The phone that had been switched off automatically switched on. When the phone was switched on, an app automatically started playing the old movie. Zhou Wen had already seen this old movie in the hotel. The problem is indeed there. Zhou Wen was now certain that something had happened at the hotel in the thunderstorm. Zhou Wen switched off his phone again, but not long after, the phone automatically switched on again. It was still playing the old movies. Furthermore, no matter how long it played them, the phone's battery didn't decrease. Zhou Wen switched it off a few times, but his phone would automatically switch on. Therefore, he decided not to turn it off. Nothing happened to the phone until the morning. Zhou Wen observed the battery in his phone the entire night. He could sense that there was a fluctuation in the battery, and it was extremely abnormal. Could it be that the electric current is a special dimensional creature? Zhou Wen felt that the possibility was very high. If the electric current inside was a companion beast, no one would use a companion beast like this. Although it created some trouble for him, it wasn't fatal. If his enemy had such a companion beast, they wouldn't have used it in such a manner. It could definitely deal him a lethal blow and throw him into eternal damnation. How can I get the electric current out? Zhou Wen looked at his phone and thought about how to confirm if there was a dimensional creature inside. Chapter 732, Disappeared. Smash my phone. It's probably not of much use. It could silently run from the television into my phone, so it should be able to move elsewhere. That would make it even harder to find it. Now that it's in my phone, at least I know where it is, Zhou Wen thought to himself. What kind of dimensional creature is this? A pure electric creature. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to monitor it, and could only sense electric waves. He couldn't tell anything else. Zhou Wen thought about it carefully. The electric elemental creatures he had heard of in the past had powerful destructive powers. They were especially ferocious when it came to roasting meat. However, this was the first time Zhou Wen had seen an electric-type creature that could enter electronic products, control electronic products, and use his software to send messages. He had never even heard of it before, much less seen it. If it was a traditional electric-type creature, Zhou Wen could blast it apart even if it was at the mythical stage. However, such a sneaky fellow was not easy to deal with. Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss for a good solution. He wanted to use his phone to contact the Thirch to ask if she knew the origins of this strange electric-type creature, but he was afraid that the information would be tampered with. He didn't know what trouble it would cause. After daybreak, Zhou Wen carried the wooden log to the phone shop. There were very few people in the small city. After circling the city for some time, he finally found a phone shop and bought a few new phones and a new SIM card. After returning to the hotel, Zhou Wen placed the new phones in front of him and used Truth Listener to monitor the internal electric current in them. Only his first phone had a strange electric current fluctuation. Zhou Wen left it on the table and took out a new phone. He went to the yard outside and called the Thirch. Thankfully, the Thirch didn't reject the call because it was an unknown number. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief and recounted what he had encountered in detail. To think I've never seen such a dimensional creature before. The Thirch actually didn't know the origins of this dimensional creature. After pausing for a moment, the Thirch continued. However, from your description, it should have an electromagnetic attribute. It might even have a magnetic field ability. It's probably impossible to destroy it by simply destroying the phone. It can easily transfer elsewhere. That's what I think too. I just can't think of a good way to deal with it, Zhou Wen said. The Thirch curled her lips and said, "Were your studies for nothing? Waves need to be transmitted through matter, and particles will be affected by a force field. Even if it's formed from pure electric energy, it can't break these laws. Why don't you try using the power, similar to a black hole created by Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength? Zhou Wen was immediately taken aback. He had been considering how to restrain the electric-type creatures that existed in myths and legends. He never expected that a dimensional creature like the Thirch would take to him using human scientific knowledge. How do you know that Tyrant Behemoth is mine? Zhou Wen suddenly reacted. He hadn't told the Thirch that Tyrant Behemoth belonged to him. What do I not know? The Thirch said disdainfully. After hanging up, Zhou Wen returned to his room. Just as he was about to test if Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength was effective, he suddenly realized that the special electric current in his phone had vanished. Zhou Wen carefully checked the other phones and checked everything in the hotel that could be connected to electricity. He didn't discover any abnormal electric waves. Why is it gone now? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment and thought of a possibility. It was very likely that the strange electric creature had overheard his conversation with the Thirch and had escaped. Unwilling to give up, he searched the entire night without discovering any problems. In the day, Zhou Wen had no choice but to set off. After this, nothing abnormal happened on the phone. Everything returned to normal. Has that electric-type creature really escaped? Zhou Wen found it unbelievable that such a strange and cunning dimensional creature would be frightened away by a few words. Not long after Zhou Wen left, 3 men entered the small city where he had stayed. The 3 of them looked haggard, and they had dark eye circles. They looked like they had stayed up all night for a week and were about to die. These 3 people were naturally Xia Liuchuan, Zhang Chengqiu, and Dugu Ji. Don't you think that there's something wrong with this matter? The first time we encountered that terrifying electric beast, we were nearly electrocuted to death. The second time, we encountered a nightmare and almost lost ourselves in a dreamland forever. Why did we encounter such powerful mythical creatures? Xia Liuchuan said. Dugu Ji said with certainty, it's definitely not a coincidence. Zhang Chengqiu pondered for a moment and said, I think this matter might have something to do with Zhou Wen. Wherever he goes, nothing happens. But he leaves a wake of problems behind him. Are you saying that Zhou Wen is secretly up to no good and wants to harm us? Xia Liuchuan frowned. That's not it. He probably doesn't know that we are here. After all, it was a coincidence that we met him previously, Zhang Chengqiu said. Then what do you mean? Xia Liuchuan looked at Zhang Chengqiu in confusion. Zhang Chengqiu pondered for a moment and said, Did you notice that there's something wrong with the piece of wood Zhou Wen has been carrying? Of course there's a problem. I've never seen such a block of wood before. It looks a little like a gloomy wood, but it looks even more solid than the gloomy wood, Xia Liuchuan said. No, I'm not talking about that. Zhang Chengqiu reorganized his thoughts before saying, Do you feel that the log is a little sinister? Sinister. Xia Liuchuan and Dugu Ji exchanged looks, puzzled. Seeing that they were silent, Zhang Chengqiu guessed that they had not noticed it before. He continued, I think there's something wrong with that piece of wood. It seems a little sinister. It doesn't feel like a simple log. If it doesn't look like a log, what does it look like? Xia Liuchuan asked in confusion. How should I put it? Nowadays, we carry out cremation or promession. In ancient times, land burials were popular. It used a wooden coffin to store a person's corpse before burying it in the ground. Although that piece of wood looks different from a coffin, the sinister aura emitted from it makes me think of a coffin. Zhang Chengyu shared his feelings. A coffin? Are you saying that there might be a dead person's corpse in that piece of wood? Zhou Wen is traveling with a dead person's corpse on his back. Why is he carrying that thing? Xia Liuchuan widened his eyes. Chapter 733, Sister Return Lightning Pool Again. I'm only saying that the piece of wood gives me the feeling of a coffin, but I didn't say that it's definitely it. Perhaps it's not. Even if it's real, there might not be a corpse inside. Even if there's a corpse, it might not be a human corpse, Zhang Chengyu said as he beat around the bush. Then isn't it as good as not saying anything? Are we still following? Xia Liuchuan asked. Yes, of course. This concerns the Guardian's ownership. It doesn't matter if you follow or not, but I have to see the outcome with my own eyes, Zhang Chengyu said. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go, Xia Liuchuan said. The three of them set off again, but this time, they deliberately lagged far behind, trying to keep a greater distance from Zhou Wen. However, after walking for a while, they felt that something was amiss. The surrounding fields seemed to be filled with a cold wind that made their hearts tremble. Old Zhang, why do I feel that something is amiss? Try divining again, Xia Liuchuan said. As he said, Zhang Chengyu did another divination before his expression turned odd. Seeing his expression, Xia Liuchuan and Dugu Ji knew that the situation wasn't good. They hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" "The divination is still Sister Return Lightning Pool," Zhang Chengyu said with a bitter smile. Xia Liuchuan and Dugu Ji's expressions changed as well. During the first Sister Return Lightning Pool, they had encountered an electric beast. They met a nightmare the second time. Now, they were encountering it again. Is this sister never getting married? Xia Liuchuan said gloomily. Xia Liuchuan's words suddenly gave Zhang Chengyu a flash of inspiration. He said in surprise, "Do you think that the divination of Sister Return Lightning Pool refers to that piece of wood?" "What do you mean?" Xia Liuchuan and Dugu Ji didn't understand. If my previous guess wasn't wrong, that piece of wood is really something like a coffin. Do you think there's a woman inside? Zhang Chengyu said in a bold and unconstrained manner. What woman? If it's really a coffin, there should be a female corpse inside, Xia Liuchuan corrected. It doesn't matter if it's a woman or a female corpse. Over the past few days, no matter how I divine, the results are always Sister Return Lightning Pool. I think this matter definitely has something to do with that piece of wood. The more Zhang Chengyu spoke, the more convinced he was. Xia Liuchuan was about to say something when he suddenly heard a roar. The fields beside them split open, and a huge earth dragon crawled out. Zhou Wen walked ahead. Although he felt that the atmosphere was somewhat odd his entire journey, he didn't encounter any other strange things other than the electric-type dimensional creature. Zhou Wen was in no mood to visit other dimensional zones. He walked whenever he could and rested when exhausted. He kept rushing towards the imperial capital, hoping to rid the crappy piece of wood from him as soon as possible. Zhou Wen himself was fine, but Xia Liuchuan and company, who were following behind him, suffered. They experienced all sorts of difficulties along the way, almost losing their lives several times. Xia Liuchuan ultimately couldn't take it anymore, and decided to take a detour back to the Xia family in the imperial capital. Zhang Chengyu decided to continue, but Brother Dugu didn't plan on following. Young master, everyone is here. When are we going to take action? The members of the Dugu family came in front of Dugu Ji and bowed. Abort the plan for now, Dugu Ji said. Everyone was taken aback. One of them asked in puzzlement, Young master, why are you aborting it? This concerns your contractual with a guardian. It's a long story. I'll explain this matter to the elders in the clan. Just do as I say, Dugu Ji said. Yes. The group had just arrived and didn't even get to rest. All they could do was turn back. Xia Liuchuan rushed back to the Xia family. He wasn't really afraid that he would encounter danger if he followed behind. But he had already received the news that the Xia family was prepared to attack Zhou Wen before he entered the capital. Xia Liuchuan wanted to rush back and convince Xia Dongyu to give up on this operation. The wooden log Zhou Wen was carrying was indeed odd. Xia Liuchuan was afraid that the Xia family would end up dying as a result. Xia Liuchuan embarked on his journey with light gear. He chose the shortest path and returned to the capital much earlier than Zhou Wen. Liuchuan, why are you back? Didn't I tell you to follow Zhou Wen? Xia Dongyu couldn't help but frown when he saw Xia Liuchuan. Uncle Yu, can we abort this operation? Xia Liuchuan was in a hurry to rush back because he might not be able to convince Xia Dongyu over the phone. Why should we abort it? Xia Dongyu asked Xia Liuchuan. Zhou Wen is carrying a strange piece of wood to the imperial capital. That piece of wood has a strange background and is very sinister. I'm afraid something will happen if we touch him now, Xia Liuchuan said. A piece of wood? Xia Dongyu was a little puzzled. Xia Liuchuan had always been fearless, so how could a piece of wood make him so cautious? This was completely different from the Xia Liuchuan that Xia Dongyu knew. Xia Liuchuan recounted what had happened when the three of them followed Zhou Wen. Zhang Chengyu guessed that the terrifying mythical creatures we encountered along the way are related to that piece of wood. I think it's very likely, Xia Liuchuan said. It sounds reasonable, but even so, it doesn't mean that we can't touch Zhou Wen. We can choose to carry out the operation near the capital. The dimensional zones there are under our control. We don't have to worry about any breakout creatures causing trouble, Xia Dongyu said after some thought. Uncle Yu, why take such a risk? The grudge between Zhou Wen and the Bureau is known by the entire Federation. It's highly likely that he came to the capital, this time for the Bureau. Why should we be used by the Bureau? Xia Liuchuan continued with his persuasion. Xia Dongyu shook his head and said, This is old master's idea. You know his temper. No one can change what he has decided. When Xia Liuchuan heard the words old master, his heart sank. He knew that this operation was already a foregone conclusion and could not be changed. Liuchuan, you don't have to worry too much. Although that piece of wood might be a little strange, with our Xia family's heritage, there's no need to worry about it. It's just Zhou Wen. Taking him down isn't difficult. Xia Dongyu patted Xia Liuchuan on the shoulder and said, Since you're back, stay home and get some rest. I'll get someone from the East Courtyard to handle this matter. I hope so. Xia Liuchuan felt that this matter wouldn't succeed so easily, but there was nothing he could do. The old master of the Xia family was the supreme existence in the Xia family. Even Xia Dongyu, who had become a member of the Senate, didn't dare disobey his words. No one could change his mind. Chapter 734, Erected on the Peak of the Forbidden City. Although Xia Liuchuan was a little worried, he had no choice but to leave Xia Dongyu's office. "Brother, you seem to have something on your mind. Is it because you didn't obtain the guardian cocoon?" Xia Xuanyu asked with concern when she saw Xia Liuchuan frowning. "Zhou Wen is on his way to the imperial capital. Old Master has already ordered the people from the East Courtyard to bring him back before he enters the imperial capital," Xia Liuchuan said. "Why is Old Master taking Zhou Wen into custody?" Having not heard of this, Xia Xuanyu's expression changed slightly when she learned of it. Xia Liuchuan hurriedly stopped Xia Xuanyu from continuing. He looked around and seeing that no one was passing by, he said softly, "You should be the only person to know about this. Don't mention it again, and don't tell anyone. Also, don't ask too much about the Old Master. Do you understand?" "Why?" Xia Xuanyu was still confused. In fact, Xia Xuanyu's impression of the Old Master was very vague. Although the Old Master was the true head of the Xia family, Xia Xuanyu had only seen him a handful of times despite having grown up in the Xia family. In her impression, the Old Master was a stern old man in a white robe. He occasionally appeared at important Xia family ceremonies. He usually lived in the East Courtyard. The East Courtyard was also a restricted area in the Xia family. Without the Old Master's summoning, even Xia Dongyu couldn't enter and leave the East Courtyard freely. Only those who were in charge of taking care of the Old Master's daily needs could enter the East Courtyard. Most of the people who were in charge of taking care of the Old Master's daily needs were not from the Xia family. However, they were all loyal to the Old Master and wouldn't hesitate or doubt his orders. When Xia Xuanyu was young, she had seen an elder of the Xia family who was seized by the people from the East Courtyard for some unknown crime. After entering the East Courtyard, he never came out again. Don't ask why. Trust me. I'm your brother. I won't harm you, Xia Liuchuan said as he looked into Xia Xuanyu's eyes. I understand. Xia Xuanyu nodded slightly. Get some rest. Since this matter has already been handed over to the East Courtyard, we don't have to bother about it anymore. Xia Liuchuan seemed to have something on his mind. After saying that, he returned to his residence. However, before he could open the door, someone sent a message saying that the Old Master wanted to see him. Xia Liuchuan's heart quaked. He had already guessed why the Old Master was looking for him. Xia Liuchuan took a deep breath and followed the butler to the East Courtyard. If it wasn't necessary, Xia Liuchuan would rather not enter the East District ever again. When he was young, he had actually liked visiting the East Courtyard. The Old Master doted on him very much. The other members of the Xia family were not allowed to enter the East Courtyard, but he was specially permitted by the Old Master to enter freely. At that time, Xia Liuchuan could be said to be able to get whatever he wanted. Even if he plucked the flowers personally planted by the Old Master would only laugh and never punish him. However, after he turned 15, Xia Liuchuan seldom went to the East Courtyard. Although he still had the privilege of doing so, he was unwilling to go again. As he stepped into the familiar garden and saw the familiar decorations and flowers, Xia Liuchuan had mixed feelings. Little Chuan, Dongyu has already told me about your matters. Don't worry, I'll let Zhou Wen enter the imperial capital alive. I'll let you win the bet and obtain the chance to contract the guardian. A white-robed elder sat in a stone pavilion with a pond by its side, feeding the carp in it. Sorry to trouble you. Zia Liuchuan bowed slightly. He was a fearless person who dared to do anything, but in front of this old master, he didn't dare to do anything rash. As the elder fed the fish, he continued, "It's nothing much. It's just a matter of time. After you contract the guardian, I want you to personally bring Zhou Wen back to me. Can you do it? Old master, everyone around you is stronger than me. Why must I go?" Zia Liuchuan said. "If you aren't willing, let Chuan go," the elder said indifferently. Zia Liuchuan gapped his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. He only nodded. "Got it. I'll bring Zhou Wen back. Remember, you are the future master of the Zia family. No matter how strong the people under you are, they are ultimately servants," the elder said. "I understand." Zia Liuchuan lowered his head and said. Zhou Wen rushed all the way to the imperial capital and didn't encounter anything strange. Apart from the fact that the log was especially heavy and making it difficult for him to go any faster, there wasn't much trouble. When Zhou Wen saw the two words, imperial capital, from afar, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. "All auntie, where should I place this log when I reach the imperial capital?" Zhou Wen asked the antelope. The antelope rode on the ground with its hooves, erected on the peak of the forbidden city. Zhou Wen saw the words written by the antelope and immediately widened his eyes. The imperial capital's forbidden city was now a very special dimensional zone. It was also one of the dimensional zones that the Zia family valued the most. Its importance was no less than that of the ancient sword tomb. According to what Zhou Wen knew, ever since the dimensional storms, the Zia family had sealed off the Forbidden City dimensional zone, preventing anyone from approaching. If he wanted to enter, it shouldn't be difficult for him to do so with the invisibility cloak's ability. However, it was impossible for him to enter the city without anyone noticing while carrying such a huge object. He had to clash with the Zia family. "All auntie, are you deliberately setting me up?" Zhou Wen seriously suspected that the antelope had deliberately set him up because he had forcefully dragged it out to come with him on this trip. The antelope ignored him and stepped across the imperial capital's boundary stone. Zhou Wen had to follow. He had no other choice at this point in time. Zhou Wen seldom went out, so he had never seen a city as big as the imperial capital. Compared to it, Luoyang appeared rather small in scale and numbers. As there were too many people, Zhou Wen didn't ride the great Might Vajra bull. He walked forward while carrying the wooden log. Although this was the imperial capital, people still gawked when they saw Zhou Wen walking on the streets with such a huge block of wood. Zhou Wen originally planned on contacting Wang Lu when he arrived in the imperial capital. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to treat her to a meal while carrying a huge log. Therefore, he decided not to contact her. It wouldn't be too late to contact her after resolving the matter with the log. He found a hotel and checked in. The room was rather expensive, but Zhou Wen still paid for it without any hesitation. Furthermore, he booked the room for a week. This place was relatively close to Forbidden City. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the room, one could see the distant Forbidden City. This was also why Zhou Wen chose to stay here. "How can I sneak this log in?" Zhou Wen stood in front of the window and stared at the ancient Forbidden City in the distance as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Chapter 735, Creditor Comes Knocking. Ever since he entered the imperial capital, Zhou Wen felt all sorts of gazes staring at him. Furthermore, There were definitely more than one or two people staring at him. It was almost impossible to enter the Forbidden City without anyone noticing. Do I have to barge my way in? Zhou Wen was somewhat hesitant. Although his present strength could be considered top-notch in the Federation, and he had many mythical companion beasts, he probably wouldn't be able to gain an advantage against a hero family. After all, they had been operating for decades. Even if they didn't have a phone to grind for resources, they definitely had a lot of resources in real life. What puzzled Zhou Wen was that, despite a large number of spies staring at him, no one attacked him despite him being in the capital for so long. When did the Bureau become so good-tempered? They actually haven't come looking for trouble. Zhou Wen felt that there was something amiss. Zhou Wen was right. Something had happened on the way. However, due to an accident, the Dugu family, who had originally planned to attack him, aborted the operation. The Bureau was waiting for the Xia family to take action. And because the Xia family wanted Xia Liuchuan to win the bet, they allowed him to arrive at the imperial capital safely. Now that the Xia family was waiting for Xia Liuchuan to sign a contract with the Guardian, everything was calm. As he was thinking, he felt a fluctuation from a companion beast. Explosive Fiend Man that had evolved again had finally completed its evolution. Zhou Wen checked Explosive Fiend Man's stats in-game. Explosive Fiend Man, Epic Evolvable. Life Providence, Unlawful. Life Soul, Destroyer. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Constitution, 41. Essence Energy, 41. Talent Skill, Death List, Time Blast. Companion Form, Self-Detonation Device. His stats had risen in a normal fashion. His skills hadn't changed, but he had gained a life soul. Zhou Wen summoned Explosive Fiend Man in-game. It didn't look much different from when it was at the legendary stage. It looked like a very modern armored soldier. Let me see what use your life soul has. Zhou Wen got Explosive Fiend Man to use the Destroyer Life Soul. With a thought, the red liquid in the glass tubes on Explosive Fiend Man's back injected into his body through the pipes. Then, Zhou Wen saw Explosive Fiend Man's armor emitting strange red flames. Its body was filled with a dangerous aura. Explosive Fiend Man seemed to have been injected with stimulants. His speed and strength had greatly increased, and his skills had also been strengthened. Previously, he needed at least 30 seconds to complete a time blast. However, with the augmentation of the Destroyer Life Soul, he only used less than 3 seconds to complete a time blast. His efficiency had increased by 10 times. This Destroyer Life Soul is quite strong. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. In the past, Explosive Fiend Man's skill cast time was too slow, so it wasn't convenient to use it. Although the speed of a skill at 3 seconds was still a little slow, much slower than an instantaneous skill, considering Explosive Fiend Man's special skill, 3 seconds was considered rather powerful. I can consider using Explosive Fiend Man to set up some time bombs nearby. If anyone tries to sneak up on me, I'll make sure they have no chance of returning. Zhou Wen only had this thought. After all, this was a hotel. It wouldn't be good if he injured the workers who were cleaning up the room. If Explosive Fiend Man advances to the mythical stage, I might be able to instantly release a time bomb. That would be awesome. Zhou Wen looked forward to Explosive Fiend Man's growth. The doorbell rang. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to take a look and was immediately stunned. The person standing outside the door was Wang Lu. Zhou Wen hurriedly opened the door. When Wang Lu saw him, she said unhappily, "You didn't inform me you're debtor despite coming to the imperial capital. Are you trying to renege on your debt?" "Sorry, I encountered some trouble. I originally planned on contacting you after resolving it, but I never expected you to come here yourself. By the way, how did you know that I was in the imperial capital?" Zhou Wen asked. "What's so strange about that? After all, our Wang family has some influence in the imperial capital. For a famous person like you to come to the imperial capital, I have no choice but to know. This news keeps buzzing around my ears. It's so irritating that I can't sleep," Wang Lu said. "As you know, I'm in a lot of trouble now. I don't have the time to eat with you for the time being. Go back now and I'll look for you when I'm done with my matters," Zhou Wen said. Zhou Wen mainly didn't want his matter to implicate Wang Lu, but when Wang Lu heard that, she curled her lips and said, "If you want to renege on your debt, just say so. Why do you have to come up with so many excuses? Since I came looking for you, I'm naturally not afraid of trouble. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Don't tell me you don't even have time to go downstairs to eat." "It's not that I don't have time, but it's really inconvenient." Zhou Wen pointed at the wooden log under his buttocks and said, "I have to carry this with me at all times. Where do you think I can eat conveniently when I have to take it with me?" "What's this? Why are you carrying it? Just leave it in the room. If you find it unsafe, I'll get someone to look after it for you," Wang Lu said. "It's not about safety. I can't leave it. I have to carry it with me." "It's a long story," Zhou Wen said helplessly. Wang Lu thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter. Just take it with you and follow me. I'll find a place. It's very quiet there. That place can easily accommodate a few more logs of the same size." "That's not very nice, right? You know that my relationship with the Bureau isn't good. This is where the headquarters of the Bureau is." Zhou Wen really didn't wish for Wang Lu to be embroiled in his matters. "Cut the crap. I don't like hearing that. Just follow me." Having known him for so long, Wang Lu knew Zhou Wen's temper quite well. There was no need to waste her breath on him. All she needed to do was drag him away. "I'm afraid it will affect your family." Zhou Wen had no choice but to make things clear. "I've already said it. Since I dared to come, I'm naturally not afraid. Although the Bureau is very powerful, they can't do anything to me. Don't worry. Quickly follow me. I didn't eat anything the entire morning just to eat this meal of yours." "I'm starving," Wang Lu said. The chick smartly flew onto Wang Lu's shoulder. Even the antelope took the initiative to approach her and fawned over her. Zhou Wen had no choice but to carry the wooden log and follow Wang Lu. Looking at Wang Lu teasing the chick in front of him, Zhou Wen's mood improved significantly. Under such circumstances, it was indeed rare for Wang Lu to be willing to seek him out. Typical schoolmates would probably keep their distance from him. Zhou Wen originally imagined that Wang Lu was taking him to a restaurant, but to his surprise, Wang Lu brought him all the way to a traditionally styled ancient building complex. After circling the alley for a while, he entered one of the ancient building's courtyard. Chapter 736, The Genius's Accidents. After entering the yard, Wang Lu's expression turned solemn. "Do you know that you are in grave danger now?" Zhou Wen nodded. "I know." Why are you still here when you know? Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't get beaten up for a day? Wang Lu rolled her eyes at him. I didn't plan on coming here like this. Zhou Wen originally planned on using the invisibility cloak to enter the imperial capital, preventing others from knowing that he had been here. But now, he was carrying a huge log. It was useless, even if he was invisible. The invisibility cloak couldn't cover such a huge log. Anyone would know that something was amiss when they saw a log floating in midair. I'm afraid you still don't know the current situation. If it was just the Bureau finding trouble with you, that would be fine. With your abilities and me acting as your informant, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with it. However, the person who wants to touch you isn't just the Bureau. There's also the real master of the capital, the Xia family. It's easy for you to come to the imperial capital, but I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to leave, Wang Lu said. Why does the Xia family want to deal with me? Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. He didn't have any deep feud with the Xia family, so there was no reason for them to kill him, right? The intricacies are very complicated. I'll get my grandmother to tell you later. As Wang Lu spoke, she walked towards the main room. Grandma, I've brought a friend, Wang Lu shouted into the hall as she walked. Crazy girl, just come. What are you shouting for? A voice came from the backyard, and an old woman walked over. The woman looked quite old. Her hair was already white, but for some reason there weren't any wrinkles on her face. She looked very elegant, and it was easy to guess that she must have been a beauty when she was young. This lad is the Zhou Wen you often mention, right? The old woman said as she sized him up. When did I? It's just that he owes me so much and hasn't paid me back that I occasionally mention him. I'm afraid that I'll forget the debt, Wang Lu said as she tugged the old woman's arm. I see. The old woman smiled at Zhou Wen and said, Lad, you look so young. Why did you get yourself in debt? Furthermore, your debtor is a female student. Don't tell me you want to be a freeloader. Grandma Wang, it's not like that. Zhou Wen wanted to explain. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the old woman. But it doesn't matter. Our Wang family doesn't have much of anything else, but we have plenty of money. There's no way to spend it all eating. Just treat it as doing a good deed and come often to have a bite. It doesn't matter if you stay here. Our Wang family happens to be lacking a live-in son-in-law. Grandma, what are you talking about? Wang Lu's face flushed red. Zhou Wen is only my classmate. It's not what you think. After a pause, Wang Lu added, Grandma, you must already know about Zhou Wen's situation. Tell him how dangerous his current situation is. Upon hearing Wang Lu's words, Grandma Wang retracted her smile. Let's talk inside. Zhou Wen followed them into the hall. Wang Lu gestured for him to sit down before she brewed tea for them all. Grandma Wang, I heard from Wang Lu that the Xia family wants to find trouble with me, but I don't have much of a grudge with the Xia family. Why are they targeting me? Zhou Wen couldn't help but ask. Grandma Wang nodded and said, The crazy girl is right. The Xia family might really attack you. You shouldn't have come to the imperial capital. After a moment of silence, Grandma Wang continued, The crazy girl is willing to bring you here because she doesn't treat you as an outsider. So I won't say things meant for outsiders. What I'm about to say next is just speculation. It's not necessarily the truth. So don't take it too seriously. Grandma Wang, don't worry. I'm not a talkative person, Zhou Wen said. It's fine even if you are talkative. Anyway, I won't admit to what I said today. Nor will the Wang family, Grandma Wang said with a smile. According to my guess, the reason the Xia family is targeting you isn't because your teacher was Wang Minjuan. Nor is it because you crippled the Xia family's junior's essence energy C in the Holy Land. Then what's the reason? Apart from these two reasons, Zhou Wen really couldn't figure out what connection he had with the Xia family. Although demonic neonate's demonic sword was snatched from Xia Xuanyu herself didn't know that it was done by demonic neonate. The Xia family shouldn't pin the blame on him. Grandma Wang said with a strange expression, if there's a reason, there's only one. You are too talented. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. He found it difficult to believe that the Xia family wanted to kill him just for this reason. There were many talented youths nowadays, and he wasn't the only one. Even if the Xia family were to suppress the other wealthy families, it shouldn't have to resort to such means. After all, the dimensional zone seals weren't stable. The 6 families alone probably wouldn't be able to withstand the dimensional army. To suppress the local factions would only make them appear short-sighted. As if she had seen through Zhou Wen's thoughts, Grandma Wang continued, in the past, there were precedents of geniuses disappearing or encountering accidents in the Federation. Furthermore, there has been more than one incident. Similar incidents happened every once in a while. It's fine if it's just ordinary geniuses, but most of these geniuses are targets that the various families focused on grooming. With the protection of the various families, it's almost impossible for them to take such a huge risk. Yet, something happened to them. In Luoyang, you should know that there's a Lai family in Luoyang. The Lai family once had a talented youth. His talent wasn't inferior to the current overseer An, but before he truly grew in strength, he died because of some problem, said Grandma Wang with a sigh. You mean that the disappearance of these geniuses has something to do with the Xia family? Zhou Wen had already heard Lai Xuan mention the matter regarding his elder brother's demise. However, Lai Xuan had learned about it from Lai Mobai. He never expected Grandma Wang to know about it. Grandma Wang declined to comment and continued, in the past, our Wang family also had such a genius. Similarly, he died because of some matters. That matter looked like an accident, but I didn't think it was that simple. Therefore, I secretly did investigations, but I didn't manage to find anything. However, during this period of time, I discovered something. The accidents of those young geniuses seem to have something to do with the Xia family. Is the Xia family resorting to every means possible, to the point of attacking their competitors, just to consolidate their forces? Zhou Wen frowned. This is also what I found strange back then. The Xia family didn't target their opponents who had conflicts of interest with them. They seemed to be only interested in those outstanding geniuses and didn't differentiate between friend and foe. Therefore, when I investigated in the beginning, I was also confused and didn't think about the Xia family. Later, after investigating for a long time, I realized that it appeared to be the Xia family behind this matter, Grandma Wang said. Chapter 737, Where is the Highest Spot? After Zhou Wen left the yard, he kept thinking about what Grandma Wang had said. Although there was no evidence that the Xia family was related to the genius's demise, Zhou Wen also felt that there was something amiss. It didn't seem right to explain it away, as the Xia family deliberately suppressing ordinary families as a way to strengthen their status. According to Grandma Wang's investigations, some of the young geniuses who had gotten into trouble didn't belong to the East District, much less the Xia family's circle of influence. The situation in the other regions was chaotic. It was a happy outcome for the Xia family, but they clearly didn't think so. Regardless, I have to think of a way to get this crappy piece of wood into the Forbidden City. Otherwise, it won't be convenient for me to do anything. When Zhou Wen was with the Wang family, he had also asked some questions regarding Forbidden City. Wang Lu and Grandma Wang didn't know much about Forbidden City. This was because the Xia family had occupied it from the beginning of the dimensional storms. They never allowed outsiders to enter, so no one knew what had happened inside after the dimensional storms. However, Grandma Wang told Zhou Wen something very interesting. She had lived through the dimensional storms, so she had entered Forbidden City quite often before they occurred. She said that she had once visited the Forbidden City when she was young. Back then, the weather suddenly turned bad and thunder rumbled in the sky. She originally wanted to return home quickly, but when she passed a certain spot in the city, she suddenly saw some strange shadows. The shadows wore ancient clothes as they walked in the alley of Forbidden City. They looked like ancient consorts and palace maids. What was even stranger was that their figures were transparent like spirit bodies. Spirit bodies weren't rare now, but before the dimensional storms, they were terrifying. At that time, Grandma Wang was still very young. She was quite frightened and immediately ran away. However, her youth made her curious. Later on, she went to the same place a few times, but she didn't see those shadows again. Grandma Wang checked the information on the internet. It said that the magical phenomenon might be a result of lightning during a rainy day. It was like a camera that recorded past scenes. Under identical weather conditions, the footage would be played. Of course, this was only a guess. No one could verify its authenticity. However, this wasn't strange. What was strange was that, after the dimensional storms, every time there was a thunderstorm, strange sounds would come from the Forbidden City. Although outsiders couldn't enter Forbidden City, one could still hear some sounds from it during a thunderstorm if they lived close. After Grandma Wang heard about this matter, she waited for a thunderstorm. Indeed, she heard some strange sounds coming from inside. Some of the sounds reminded her of the palace maids and concubines she had seen back then. This had all been personally experienced by Grandma Wang, so it was naturally true. Zhou Wen had previously searched for information about the Forbidden City on the internet. In fact, compared to the other ancient cities, the history of Forbidden City wasn't too long. From its establishment, it had only experienced 2 feudal dynasties. However, its scale was incomparable to the other ancient cities. Forbidden City also had the title of 8-armed Nezha demonic city. If one were to mention the tallest building in the city, it would be the Hall of Supreme Harmony. It was nearly 40 meters tall. Zhou Wen looked up the information mainly to confirm the location of the so-called peak of Forbidden City. It was to prevent him from having to seek it out after entering. That would be troublesome. However, when Zhou Wen looked over from the hotel's top floor, he discovered a strange place. The tallest building he saw from the hotel wasn't the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but a corner tower in the corner of the city. Zhou Wen didn't know if it was because he was too far away or if it was because of the angle. He could only see the corner tower and not the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Despite this, Zhou Wen still searched for information on corner towers. This search left him alarmed. Although corner towers were inconspicuous, the meaning it represented was extraordinary. These corner towers were not meant for mortals to live. It was similar to Deer Terrace Pavilion. Their purpose was to guide immortals down to the mortal world and protect the safety of the imperial city. The reason they were named corner towers was that the immortals which were meant to be received were the corner mansions of the 28 lunar mansions. The corner mansion wasn't unfamiliar to Zhou Wen. He even had it as a skill, so when he saw the information, Zhou Wen felt that this place was extraordinary. It might really be the peak of Forbidden City. Furthermore, the architectural standards of the corner tower were extremely high. It had 3 eaves, 9 beams, 18 pillars, and 72 spines. Such an architectural style was unique in the Forbidden City. Zhou Wen originally imagined that the famous Hall of Supreme Harmony was at the peak of Forbidden City, but the more he looked at it, the more he felt that a corner tower was the true peak of the Forbidden City. Corner towers are built on the city walls of Forbidden City, so it might indeed be taller than the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but there are 4 of them. Which corner tower should I erect the log on? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Without any accurate information, Zhou Wen could only wait until he entered Forbidden City before comparing them to the Hall of Supreme Harmony Hall. Zhou Wen also asked the antelope, but the antelope only said to erect it on the peak of Forbidden City. It didn't know the exact location of the erection. Could it be that I can just randomly erect it on a higher spot? Zhou Wen thought. What Zhou Wen was most worried about was how to enter Forbidden City. If he barged in, it would only give the Xia family an excuse to attack him. However, on the other hand, he would be free once he rushed into the city and erected the log. With the invisibility cloak, who could stop him from escaping? This plan looked perfect, but the premise was that he could really abandon the log. If he still couldn't abandon it when the time came, he would be in trouble. Just as Zhou Wen was hesitating, he heard someone walking towards his room. Through the door, Zhou Wen could sense that the person's bearing was extraordinary. He was in his 20s, and probably not much older than in Xianxia. Zhou Wen found the person somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Is Zhou Wen around? Xia Liuchuan knocked on the door and asked. When Zhou Wen heard the voice, he immediately recalled where he had seen him. This fellow was the concerned person who had tipped him off on that stormy night. Zhou Wen opened the door and asked Xia Liuchuan, "Concerned person, are you here to tip me off again?" Xia Liuchuan said calmly, "I don't understand what you're talking about. My name is Xia Liuchuan. I'm here to challenge you. This is my challenge letter. I hope you can give me an answer now." "Why are you challenging me?" Zhou Wen asked as he looked at Xia Liuchuan's challenge. "Don't tell me you've forgotten that you once crippled the essence energy sea of my Xia family members in the Holy Land," Xia Liuchuan said. "I see. I accept your challenge." Zhou Wen actually agreed without any hesitation, surprising Xia Liuchuan. Chapter 738. Decisive Battle at the Peak of the Forbidden City. Did you read it carefully? This isn't an ordinary challenge. We have to fight until one person falls, Xia Liuchuan reminded him. I've read it carefully. I can agree to a life and death duel with you, but on one condition. The location of the duel has to be chosen by me, Zhou Wen said. Don't tell me you want to have the duel in Luoyang, Xia Liuchuan said with a smile. Xia Liuchuan would have done such a thing himself. If Zhou Wen also did the same, Xia Liuchuan could have agreed if he had any say. However, he had no choice in this duel. He couldn't agree to Zhou Wen's request. No, it's in the imperial capital, Zhou Wen said. Where do you want it to happen? Xia Liuchuan asked. To be able to fight an expert like you can be considered a boon in life. I probably won't have many opportunities like this in life, so I naturally have to choose a place that matches you and me. How about we fight at the peak of Forbidden City? Just as Zhou Wen was worrying about how he could enter the Forbidden City, Xia Liuchuan came knocking on his door. Zhou Wen didn't care about life and death duels at all. As long as he could settle the crappy piece of wood, he would immediately put on the invisibility cloak and leave. It didn't matter if he won. Xia Liuchuan was in a difficult position. It was fine to have the duel elsewhere, but Forbidden City was under the Old Master's control. Without the Old Master's orders, even the Xia family members couldn't enter. What? Are you still worried when it's your Xia family's territory? Zhou Wen asked. All right, I promise you. Since you decided on the location, I'll decide on the time, Xia Liuchuan said. Sure. When? Zhou Wen asked. Wait for my news. Xia Liuchuan turned around and left. This fellow is really odd. He was clearly the concerned person that night. Why isn't he admitting to it? Zhou Wen was puzzled. However, as long as nothing unexpected happened, the matter of entering Forbidden City had been resolved by accident. With the opportunity of a duel with Xia Liuchuan, Zhou Wen could try erecting the log at higher spots. Dealing with Xia Liuchuan was better than dealing with the Xia family's gank. While waiting for Xia Liuchuan's reply, Zhou Wen stayed in his room to grind. He didn't go anywhere. Since he had nothing to do, Zhou Wen planned on trying to kill the 9 black dragons. He could use Dr. Darkness's darkness right hand to kill the 3 black dragons. After bringing all his mythical companion beasts, Zhou Wen arrived at the underground sea again. With Behemoth on the left, Truth Listener on the right, 6-winged on his back, he held a golden sword in his hand. Along with the old bull under his crotch, and a torch dragon coiled behind him. Zhou Wen had even summoned the extremely weak Medusa. Perhaps it would be of some use if she stood by the shore to provide support. Demonic neonate naturally didn't need to be mentioned. She had already joined the battle. However, she found a cave beside the underground sea and hid there. She had no intention of participating in the battle head-on. Come, my Dr. Darkness. Zhou Wen summoned his most important companion beast and made Dr. Darkness transform into a soul that fused with him. Zhou Wen immediately felt his physique improve significantly. He was almost comparable to a mythical stage entity. This was the benefit of Dr. Darkness. Not only could his companion form bestow Zhou Wen with skills, but it could also raise Zhou Wen's basic stats, allowing him to have the ability to fight against mythical creatures. This was something no other companion beast could do. Unfortunately, Banana Fairy hasn't completed her evolution. Otherwise, I would have a greater chance. Zhou Wen prepared everything and summoned some poison bat companion beasts to use as bait to lure the 9 black dragons over. In a short while, he saw a huge wave stir above the surface of the sea. 9 black dragons tore through the waves and wiped out the horde of poison bats in the blink of an eye. Fight, my pets. After Zhou Wen issued the order, Torch Dragon, Behemoth, and Truth Listener rushed into the sea. As the great Might Vajra bull was afraid of water, it didn't dare enter the water to fight. On the bank, it transformed into the 1,000-armed, bull-headed state. Golden light shot out from its palm as it attacked the 9 black dragons. Torch Dragon didn't use Bright Torch Vision World. Although using Bright Torch Vision World could instantly kill the black dragons, nothing would be left behind. That would make killing the black dragon useless. In a one-on-one battle, Torch Dragon was unable to gain the upper hand without using Bright Torch Vision World. It was obvious that the black dragons were top mythical creatures. The moment Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength was unleashed, the invisible chains between the 9 black dragons produced effects. They condensed the power of the 9 dragons and collided with Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength. Tyrant Behemoth immediately fell into a disadvantage. Truth Listener constantly harassed them from the side, but it didn't dare clash head-on with the black dragons. Zhou Wen had been waiting for an opportunity to use Darkness' right hand. All he needed was for his hand to touch one black dragon. However, the black dragon's body was too huge. It was probably unrealistic to pull out its heart with a single palm, so Zhou Wen's target was their brains. He didn't expect to dig out their brains. All he needed to do was stir them up. Although the 9 black dragons were independent mythical creatures, they were connected by invisible chains. In battle, they were like one. Their attack and defense were flawless. Zhou Wen watched for a while, but he failed to find an opportunity to attack. These 9 black dragons are really difficult to deal with. Zhou Wen activated Dr. Darkness's Eyes of Penetration to see if there were any weaknesses in the black dragons' bodies. If Dr. Darkness hadn't advanced to the mythical stage, he wouldn't have been able to see so far with his Eyes of Penetration. His ability to see through things wasn't that strong either, so he definitely wouldn't be able to see through the black dragon's body. Now, all he needed to do was approach it a little, and he could clearly see the situation inside the black dragon's body. This glance left Zhou Wen slightly taken aback. In the black dragon's brain, there was a crystal-like bead with a faint dragon-shaped stream of light swirling inside. That thing can't be the legendary dragon pearl, right? Zhou Wen carefully sized up the pearl in the black dragon's brain and quickly made a new discovery. The black dragon's brain had the pearl as its core. Although there were parts similar to the brain, it looked like those parts were just supplementary. It was somewhat different from a human's brain. What was even more magical was that when the dragon-shaped stream of light in the dragon pearl circulated, it looked like a word. Zhou Wen carefully identified it as the word can. Could it be? Zhou Wen hurriedly looked at the other 8 black dragons, and indeed, he found a dragon pearl in their heads. However, the words in the dragon pearls were different. Qian, Kun, Zhen, Zun, Can, Lai, Zhen, Dui, and Wu. The 9 black dragons' dragon pearls each had these words. The first 8 words were from the 8 trigrams, and the last word was Wu. Zhou Wen guessed that it represented Wuji, limitless. Chapter 739, Killing the 9 Dragons. Zhou Wen observed for a long period of time. By the time he was done, his luxurious lineup of mythical pets had been destroyed by the 9 black dragons. Torch Dragon was heavily injured, and despite Tyrant Behemoth roaring repeatedly, it was unable to reverse the situation. Truth Listener showed signs of going berserk. The great Might Vajra, bull onshore, had been killed at some point in time. demonic neonate apparently failed to find a chance to attack. She had been hiding all this time. Zhou Wen directly unsummoned Truth Listener, preventing it from shattering another earring. Torch Dragon was also unsummoned. The heavily injured Torch Dragon basically didn't have any combat strength left. Torch Dragon, who couldn't use bright torch vision world, could only be considered top-notch in combat, but being top-notch wasn't enough in such a battle. Only Tyrant Behemoth was at the front line. It was being tortured by the 9 black dragons as it roared angrily, but it remained completely suppressed. Not only was Zhou Wen not discouraged, he even felt happy. This was because, after his long period of observation, he discovered a secret of the 9 black dragons. If one looked at their appearance and abilities, the 9 black dragons were no different. Their offensive methods were also similar, so they could be seen as non-uplets. Therefore, Zhou Wen's initial plan was to kill them one by one. However, when Zhou Wen used his eyes of penetration to see the dragon pearls in their bodies, he discovered a special phenomenon. Although the power in the 9 dragons' bodies could be transferred freely without any problems during the transfer, Zhou Wen realized that the Wu Dragon Pearl would light up every time their powers were transferred. For example, when the Lai Dragon attacked by gathering the power of the 9 dragons, the Lai Dragon Pearl would light up, but the Wu Dragon Pearl would also light up. The other dragon pearls didn't light up. However, when the Can Dragon Pearl attacked, the Can Dragon Pearl would light up along with the Wu Dragon Pearl. In other words, no matter which dragon condensed the power of the 9 dragons, the Wu Dragon Pearl would light up along with it. Only when the Wu Dragon Pearl's dragon attacked would only its dragon pearl light up. From this vantage, Zhou Wen suddenly realized that perhaps the Wu Dragon Pearl's dragon was the core of the 9 black dragons, or rather, a transit station. Perhaps it was because of its existence that the 9 black dragons could freely transfer their powers. If I kill the black dragon with the Wu Dragon Pearl first, will the ability to combine the 9 dragons' strength as one be ineffective? Zhou Wen decided to give it a try. After quitting the game and respawning the dungeon, Zhou Wen entered the game again and summoned his luxurious lineup of mythical pets. However, this time, after getting Dr. Darkness to possess him, he switched his essence energy art to the Godfiend era. The Lost Country Life Soul Ring also appeared on his finger. Since I can't find an opportunity, I'll create one myself. Zhou Wen stared intently at the 9 black dragons in the middle of the battle and locked onto the black dragon with the Wu Dragon Pearl. The 6 wings on his back flapped gently as Zhou Wen gradually approached the battlefield. When the 9 black dragons noticed him and were about to attack, Zhou Wen suddenly vanished. The black dragon that was about to attack was slightly taken aback as Zhou Wen's figure appeared above another black dragon. He genuflected on the dragon's head. With his left hand pressing on the dragon's skull, his right hand stabbed into the dragon's head with a devil-like force. The hard dragon scales and dragon bones failed to block the ghostly palm. In an instant, Zhou Wen retracted his palm from the dragon's head, and between his slender fingers was a crystalline dragon pearl. After losing the dragon pearl, the black dragon was like an empty shell that had lost its brain. Its body lost its vitality and fell to the bottom of the sea. What surprised Zhou Wen even more was that after he crushed the dragon pearl, the invisible chain that connected the 9 black dragons shattered. The 9 black dragons were immediately in a state of disunity. Two black dragons roared as they charged at Zhou Wen. With transcendent flying immortal, Zhou Wen's speed wasn't any slower than the black dragons. Without the augmentation of the 9 dragons' collective strength, the black dragons couldn't catch up to Zhou Wen. A blackish-purple sword beam streaked across the sea and stabbed into the eye of a black dragon, piercing through the dragon pearl in its head. Demonic Neonate had finally taken action and dispatched one. Meanwhile, Tyrant Behemoth was even more excited. Without the suppression of the 9 dragons' collective strength, its absolute strength unleashed, snapping the dragon horn off a black dragon. Then, it threw punch after punch, shattering the black dragon's head. The 9 black dragons that originally had the absolute advantage immediately became the ones being ravaged after losing the key black dragon with the Wu Dragon Pearl. There was no need for Zhou Wen to do anything else as the luxurious lineup of mythical pets killed the remaining black dragons. Indeed, it's difficult for those who aren't in the know, but it's not difficult for those who do. Knowledge is power. If I had known that these 9 black dragons had such a relationship and weakness, I wouldn't have waited until today to kill them. The saying of the forefathers is right. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Zhou Wen sighed at the importance of knowledge. Killed a mythical creature, true blood demon dragon. Discovered dimensional crystal. After the true blood demon dragons were killed, notices kept coming in. Finally, a true blood demon dragon dropped a dimensional crystal with 80 strength. It was very high level and valuable, but Zhou Wen couldn't use it now. There are only 2 black dragons left. Zhou Wen was still looking forward to having a black dragon companion egg drop. However, even when the last black dragon was penetrated by demonic Neonate's sword, it failed to drop a companion egg. Instead, another dimensional crystal dropped, an Essence Energy Skill Crystal. Zhou Wen picked up the Essence Energy Skill Crystal and realized that the stat requirement was 41 Strength and 21 Fire stat. It was different from the True Blood Demon Dragon Crystal he had previously obtained. With his Strength and Fire stat lacking, Zhou Wen had no choice but to give it up. Zhou Wen was already used to it, so he didn't feel the pinch. Seeing that his companion beasts weren't injured, he led them towards the war wagon. Now that the 9 black dragons weren't disturbing him, Zhou Wen wanted to give it a try to see if he could kill the guardian in the war wagon. This was the hope for Slaughterer Lifesoul's advancement. After opening the door, Zhou Wen entered with his companion beasts and saw the cocoon floating in the void. He wasn't in a rush to approach it. Zhou Wen used his eyes of penetration to look at the cocoon, hoping to see what the creature inside looked like. Something strange happened. The white cocoon was clearly right in front of him, but the light of penetration seemed to be separated from the white cocoon by a massive distance. No matter how hard he tried, his vision couldn't reach the white cocoon. Zhou Wen immediately recalled that he had encountered the same situation when he first entered. Back then, he had wanted to pierce through the white cocoon to extract the blood, but he couldn't touch the white cocoon no matter what. It was only because of the characteristics of the Overlord sword that he could tear through space and touch the white cocoon in the void. Light of penetration clearly didn't have such characteristics, so it was impossible to reach the white cocoon. Since we are going to fight, there's no point in watching. Zhou Wen summoned the golden Overlord sword and slashed out a sword beam that tore through the void and headed straight for the white cocoon. Chapter 740, 6 Fingers. With the augmentation of ever victorious and unstoppable, The golden sword beam tore through the white cocoon's shell. As the cocoon cracked, Zhou Wen saw a palm extend out of the white cocoon. It was a man's palm with long and powerful fingers. Zhou Wen could clearly see that there were 6 fingers on the palm, but the layout of the 6 fingers didn't seem out of place. It was about the same as a normal palm. There was a different ring on each of the 6 fingers. The design and material seemed to be different. As he could only see the palm, he didn't know what the rings looked like from the front. Just as the golden sword aura was about to strike the palm, an invisible fluctuation seemed to ripple from one of the rings. Wherever the fluctuations passed, time and space seemed to freeze. Countless dust fragments froze as the golden sword aura stopped in front of his palm. Although the golden sword aura was less than an inch away from the palm, it was unable to advance any further. It wasn't just the golden sword aura. Zhou Wen's pets were affected by the fluctuations. Although they tried to resist the fluctuations, it was to no avail. Apart from Tyrant Behemoth being able to move thanks to absolute strength, most of the companion beasts were in a frozen state. Companion beasts at Torch Dragon and Truth Listener's level found it difficult to move amidst the fluctuations. The blood-colored avatar was also immobilized. Zhou Wen felt that the blood-colored avatar's bodily functions had stopped circulating. Its essence energy seemed to freeze, as it was completely unable to move according to commands. Tyrant Behemoth roared as it charged at the white cocoon and threw a punch at the palm with 6 fingers. The frozen dust and golden sword aura were shattered by Tyrant Behemoth's fist. Just as Tyrant Behemoth was about to strike the palm, another ring on the palm flickered. Boom! Tyrant Behemoth punched Torch Dragon's body and immediately sent Torch Dragon's huge body flying. It caused blood to spray out of Torch Dragon's body. Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. Tyrant Behemoth had clearly struck the white cocoon, but for some reason, its fist struck Torch Dragon's body. It looked like a spatial dislocation skill. From the looks of it, the guardian in the white cocoon has spatial skills, Zhou Wen thought to himself. Tyrant Behemoth continued its violent attacks, but every time its fist struck the white cocoon, it would strangely strike a companion. After a few punches, the palm in the white cocoon didn't suffer any damage. Instead, Zhou Wen's companion beasts were beaten up by Tyrant Behemoth. After watching for a while, Zhou Wen was certain that the guardian was definitely a spatial expert. Once Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength timer ran out, it was immobilized by the spatial fluctuations. At that moment, a void that resembled a black hole appeared in the palm of the palm. It sucked in the companion beasts, and the blood-colored avatar before the game screen went black. A guardian with spatial attributes has abilities like spatial solidification, spatial fold, and black hole. Tyrant Behemoth can fight it while using absolute strength. Zhou Wen organized the clues he knew, hoping to find a way to counter it. I wonder if Lost Country's spatial powers will be of some use. After some thought, Zhou Wen realized that unless Torch Dragon used Bright Torch Vision World from the beginning, it would be very difficult to kill the Guardian. Why are Guardians so strong? Are there no weak Guardians that can allow me to kill for the advancement of my life souls? Zhou Wen waited for some time. After all his cooldowns were over, he dripped his blood to respawn and enter the game again. The 9 black dragons in the underground sea had yet to respawn. The war wagon was still parked at the bottom of the sea, but the door had been closed. Zhou Wen didn't summon any other pets other than Explosive Fiend Man. Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength couldn't be used yet. Therefore, Zhou Wen didn't think of killing the Guardian this time. He just wanted to see if his God-Fiend era was useful when fighting the Guardian. Zhou Wen got Explosive Fiend Man to plant time bombs all over the war wagon one after another. After more than an hour, the war wagon was covered with time bombs. Under Zhou Wen's orders, the huge war wagon exploded like an atomic bomb. It formed a terrifying shockwave at the bottom of the sea, producing a huge jellyfish-like cavity. Zhou Wen had severely underestimated the might of the explosion. He had already retreated to 100 meters away, but he still died from the blast. The game screen went black. Is the war wagon's energy so massive? Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. When he arrived in front of the war wagon again, it had already recovered to its original state. Zhou Wen began getting Explosive Fiend Man to plant time bombs around the entire wagon. This time, Zhou Wen had experience. He retreated far away and watched from a distant bank. With a command, Explosive Fiend Man ignited all the time bombs. Zhou Wen, who was standing by the bank, saw the waves churning before they stirred up a tsunami-like wave. Ignoring the winds and shock waves, Zhou Wen immediately dived into the sea. However, when he saw the war wagon, he was slightly taken aback. Such a terrifying explosion had failed to blast through it. The war wagon's outer shell was damaged, but it was undergoing automatic self-repair. It didn't take long for it to recover to its original state. Seeing that it was impossible to blast the war wagon and the Guardian inside to death, Zhou Wen had no choice but to open the door and rush in. This time, Zhou Wen used the God-Fiend era Essence Energy art. The Lost Country ring appeared on his finger before he slashed at the white cocoon. After the white cocoon was sliced apart, the palm appeared again. The spatial fluctuations caused everything around it to fall silent again. The blood-colored avatar's body was no exception. However, it was somewhat different this time. Although the blood-colored avatar couldn't move, the God-Fiend era's essence energy art continued flowing. This meant that Zhou Wen could still use essence energy skills and other abilities. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen used Lost Country's spatial teleportation ability and teleported into the white cocoon. He wanted to see what the Guardian inside the white cocoon looked like. However, when Zhou Wen teleported, he realized that he wasn't able to teleport into the white cocoon as he wished. Instead, he appeared in front of the palm. What awaited him was a black hole that had already opened in the palm. In the next second, the game screen went black again. Zhou Wen thought for a moment and understood what was going on. The other party was a spatial expert, and his lost country was only a primordial life soul. The difference in level was too great. It was already pretty good that he hadn't been sent into the black hole when he used spatial teleportation. Chapter 741, Duel. However, Zhou Wen wasn't discouraged. Instead, he felt that this might be an opportunity. With this Guardian around, it was equivalent to having another spatial expert as a sparring partner. Perhaps there was a chance to improve Lost Country. Zhou Wen dripped his blood to revive, and once again entered the game to challenge the Guardian. He naturally suffered a crushing defeat, but Zhou Wen also sensed the influence the other party's spatial powers had on him. Through watching and personally experiencing the various spatial-type skills of the Guardian, Zhou Wen gained a lot more insight into spatial-type skills. No matter how much he had studied in the past, It was only theoretical knowledge. It was very rare to have such an opportunity to experience it. While Zhou Wen was repeatedly dying from gaming, Xia Liuchuan came to the east courtyard again and mentioned the battle he had scheduled with Zhou Wen on the peak of Forbidden City. You should know that Forbidden City is a forbidden zone of our Xia family. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, said Old Master Xia. I know, but I also wish to fight him there. Xia Liuchuan didn't explain much. In that case, so be it. However, defeat is not an option. No matter what, Zhou Wen can't leave Forbidden City again, said Old Master Xia indifferently. Xia Liuchuan didn't say anything and just bowed slightly. Let's set it to be in 4 days. There are still problems in Forbidden City that need handling. You should head back and prepare for now, Old Master Xia said. Zhou Wen was grinding when he suddenly heard his phone ring. It was none other than Wang Lu. You really agreed to battle Xia Liuchuan? Zhou Wen heard Wang Lu's voice the moment he picked up the phone. Yes, Zhou Wen replied. To battle a Xia family member in the imperial capital, and in the Forbidden City, which they control. Are you ignoring what Grandma said to you? Wang Lu said anxiously. Don't worry. I have my own plans. Nothing will go wrong, all right. Let's just end it here. I have a call coming in. I'll answer it first. Zhou Wen picked up the other call as he spoke. It was from Aoyang Lan. Little Wen, did you really agree to a duel with Xia Liuchuan in Forbidden City? Don't be afraid. If you were forced by the Xia family, I'll be able to help you, Aoyang Lan said. Sis Lan, the Xia family didn't force me. I did it willingly. Don't worry. I can handle it. Zhou Wen felt touched when he heard Aoyang Lan. Although they were not related by blood, Aoyang Lan was indeed very concerned about him. Little Wen, your father only has you as a son. We won't be able to have children in the future. You need to think twice before doing everything. Don't risk your life. Tell me if there are any problems. I'll help you resolve them. Aoyang Lan didn't quite believe Zhou Wen. She remained very worried. Sis Lan, there's really no need for you to worry. It's not convenient to speak on the phone. However, I have the ability to protect myself. Nothing will go wrong. Zhou Wen was afraid that his phone was bugged, so he didn't dare inform Aoyang Lan about his possession of the invisibility cloak. Aoyang Lan pleaded with Zhou Wen a few more times before his phone rang, bringing an end to his phone call with Aoyang Lan. It was An Sheng. He was clearly aware that Zhou Wen was going to duel with Xia Liuchuan. However, he didn't persuade Zhou Wen not to fight. I'm already on my way to the imperial capital. Is there anything I need to do in advance? And Sheng said simply, Don't come. I'm leaving the imperial capital soon, Zhou Wen hurriedly said. I'll wait for you outside the imperial capital, and Sheng said. Don't do it near the imperial capital. Let's have it somewhere far away. Zhou Wen knew that he couldn't stop in Sheng. All right, I'll think of a way to inform you when the time comes. And Sheng hung up after saying that. This news quickly spread in the imperial capital. Anyone who was in the know felt that Zhou Wen was courting death. Ignoring the fact that Xia Liuchuan was a rare genius in the Xia family, just the fact that he was dueling someone from the Xia family in their territory made people place their bets against Zhou Wen. Dugu Ji and Zhang Chengqiu were in the imperial capital, so they naturally heard the news. This battle will give us a perfect opportunity to see how much strength that guardian-raised loser has. Xianxia said with a smile. It looks like your divination wasn't accurate at all. You actually let Zia Liuchuan get the guardian, said Duguji. Xianxia smiled and said, Destiny is unpredictable. Don't take my divination seriously. I'm just spouting nonsense. Then do some more divinations. Who will win in the duel between Zhou Wen and loser? Duguji said. Based on my divination, the Zia family will definitely not lose, Xianxia said. Duguji glanced at Xianxia in contempt before returning to his room. Zhou Wen had already received Zia Liuchuan's notice to fight in Forbidden City in 4 days. However, only Zhou Wen was allowed to enter. Zhou Wen had no choice but to contact Wang Lu, hoping to leave the antelope and chick with her. You hung up so quickly just now. Why am I in your sights again? Wang Lu said angrily. It was my stepmother. Do you think I could reject her call? Zhou Wen consoled. Zhou Wen, you know about the Zia family. You really shouldn't have agreed to the duel with Zia Liuchuan. Zia Liuchuan might not be famous, and his fame might not be comparable to the younger generation's John and Lance, but this person is definitely much more terrifying than Lance. He's someone who has truly survived countless life and death situations. He's different from those elites who were brought up in safe environments. Wang Lu continued. Although Zia Liuchuan is known as the most profligate scion of the Zia family, his talent and social connection aren't inferior to Tianzuo's. My grandmother met him when he was 6. Back then, Old Master Zia took him to the ancient sword tomb to play. At that time, a mythical sword happened to appear. Zia Liuchuan, who was only 6 years old, saw the battle between the mythical sword and humans and actually comprehended a mythical sword technique. His talent in combat is terrifying. If he's not strong, it would be meaningless, Zhou Wen said with a smile. He just didn't want Wang Lu to be too worried. If it were anywhere else, it wouldn't be a problem for you to fight Zia Liuchuan. However, that's Forbidden City. How can you fight Zia Liuchuan there? Even if you defeat him, it will be difficult for you to walk out, Wang Lu sighed. Don't worry. If I, Zhou Wen, want to leave, no one in the Federation can stop me, Zhou Wen said with certainty. Wang Lu knew that it was too late to say anything now. Zhou Wen had already accepted the challenge, so it was too late for regrets. 4 days quickly passed. The Zia family took the initiative to send a car to pick Zhou Wen up, but Zhou Wen rejected them. He carried the wooden log and walked towards Forbidden City. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the car, but the car couldn't fit the log. Chapter 742, Pure Hook Evil Slaying. Zhou Wen arrived in front of Forbidden City's city gates and saw many people gathered outside. They were all here to watch the battle, but because the city gates were sealed, no one could enter. The Meridian Gate was tightly shut with people from the Zia family standing guard outside. Forbidden City had 4 city gates, but usually, only Meridian Gate could be opened. The other 3 city gates needed a certain opportunity for their opening, so the only way to enter and exit Forbidden City was through the Meridian Gate. Zhou Wen, young Master Zia is already waiting for you in the city. Please enter, a Zia family guard said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was about to walk in with the log when he was stopped by the guard. People can enter, but things have to be left outside, the guard said as he pointed at the log on Zhou Wen's shoulder. Does your Zia family have to take away their opponent's weapons before a battle? Zhou Wen said indifferently. The moment Zhou Wen said that, the onlookers roared with laughter. Although they didn't believe that Zhou Wen really used such a huge club as a weapon, it didn't stop them from feeling contempt towards the Xia family's high-handedness. "Let him in," a middle-aged man on top of the city gates said to the guard. Only then did the guard let Zhou Wen enter the city with the log. "Old master, is it really a good idea to let him in like this? If there's really something wrong with the log, as Liuchuan said, wouldn't it be very disadvantageous for him?" The middle-aged man said to old Master Xia, who was sitting at the top of the city gate to watch the battle. "It's fine. This is Forbidden City. Even if Lang Zheng is hidden in that log, he won't be able to escape unscathed today," old Master Xia said calmly. On a tall building in the distance of Forbidden City, Shen Yuchai was looking at the situation around Meridian Gate with his binoculars. He couldn't enter Forbidden City. He probably wouldn't be able to see anything even if he went to the Meridian Gate. "Siyuan, what's your take regarding this battle's outcome?" Shen Yuchai asked Kaio Siyuan when he saw Zhou Wen enter the Meridian Gate. "I believe regardless of the outcome today, it will be very difficult for Zhou Wen to walk out of Forbidden City," Kaio Siyuan replied. Shen Yuchai didn't comment as he continued using his binoculars to observe the situation inside Forbidden City. However, there was a mysterious interference from Forbidden City. They could only see the area above the buildings, but not the actual situation inside. Zhou Wen walked through the Meridian Gate and saw 5 white compounds leading to the Gate of Supreme Harmony. Xia Liuchuan was standing in front of it. Passing through the Gate of Supreme Harmony was the Hall of Supreme Harmony. However, it was unknown if the layout of the city had changed after the dimensional storms. Zhou Wen looked around but didn't see any dimensional creatures. "There's no need to look around. There are no dimensional creatures in Forbidden City. You can fight me with all your might without worry," Xia Liuchuan said. "That's great. However, since it's the final battle at the peak of Forbidden City, let's fight at a higher spot. I think it's quite high there. Why don't we head there?" Zhou Wen said as he pointed in the direction of a corner tower. "There's no need to go through so much trouble," Xia Liuchuan said as a sword appeared in his hand. This sword's name is Ancient Pure Hook. It's a mythical companion beast. I believe you also have a mythical companion beast, so I won't hide it." With that said, Xia Liuchuan thrust his sword at Zhou Wen. He was a straightforward person who fought without any hesitation. The sword beam was like snow. His body and sword seemed to instantly appear in front of Zhou Wen at an unbelievable speed. Although Zhou Wen was proficient in movement techniques, it was impossible for him to dodge such a fast sword while carrying such a heavy log. Therefore, he could only draw his saber to fend off the attack. Clang! The saber and sword collided. Zhou Wen's body remained motionless, but Xia Liuchuan was forced to take a few steps back. It wasn't that Zhou Wen's strength was stronger than Xia Liuchuan's, but that the log he was carrying was too heavy. It pressed down on his body, stopping him from retreating. Although Xia Liuchuan retreated, he didn't lose his balance. He tapped the ground with his toe and thrust his sword forward again. His sword technique was swift and fierce like a ghost. Zhou Wen's saber techniques weren't slow either. He held the log with one hand and brandished his saber with the other. The saber and sword constantly clashed, and Zhou Wen advanced step by step, gradually approaching the Gate of Supreme Harmony. Zhou Wen wanted to try his luck at the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After all, it was the most honorable place in the city. It was most likely the peak of Forbidden City. Furthermore, there was only one hall of supreme harmony, but there were 4 corner towers. If the hall of supreme harmony didn't work, it wouldn't be too late for him to consider trying the corner towers. To be able to master such a mature and steady saber technique at such a young age, this Zhou Wen is indeed extraordinary. Old Master Xia narrowed his eyes as though he was admiring a treasure. Zhou Wen once defeated John, who had a contract with the Guardian. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, according to our investigations, he definitely has more than 2 mythical companion beasts, the middle-aged man said. The stronger he is, the better. Old Master Xia smiled. Zhou Wen originally hoped to fight all the way to the front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but Xia Liuchuan clearly wouldn't be suppressed by him the entire time. Xia Liuchuan's figure suddenly changed as he appeared behind Zhou Wen like a phantom, stabbing at his back. Zhou Wen was just too slow while carrying the wooden log. He didn't have the time to turn around, but he didn't plan on doing so anyway. He swung his saber and blocked Xia Liuchuan's strike. The log on your body is too heavy. Why don't you put it down so that we can fight? Xia Liuchuan didn't continue attacking as he looked at Zhou Wen's back. I'll naturally put it down when it's time to put it down. Zhou Wen turned around and said to Xia Liuchuan. Xia Liuchuan didn't say anything else. However, the pure hook sword in his hand emitted a strange glow. It was like a holy sword that made people have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. This time, Xia Liuchuan attacked again, but it wasn't that easy to deal with. When the bamboo blade and the pure hook sword met, Zhou Wen felt his palm shake as he involuntarily took a few steps back. The bamboo blade nearly flew out of his hand. The pure hook sword is known as the Exalted Peerless Sword. It can bestow me with power at the mythical stage, Xia Liuchuan said as he brandished his sword again. With a thought from Zhou Wen, Dr. Darkness transformed into a soul and attached to him. Zhou Wen brandished his saber to fend him off again. Although he was still sent retreating by the pure hook sword, he wasn't as pathetic as before. Just show me what you've got. There's no need to hide it, Zhou Wen said as he held his saber. As you wish. Xia Liuchuan waved his left hand, and another sword appeared in his hand. This sword was different from the pure hook sword. It was a small sword that was about 60 centimeters long. It wasn't as beautiful as the pure hook sword, as though it carried a sense of resentment. The sword's name is Evil Slaying. It's also a mythical companion beast. I've cultivated for so many years, and most of my techniques are delivered through these 2 swords, Xia Liuchuan said as he glanced at the sword in his hand with a glazed look. Chapter 743, Sword Warp. Zhou Wen felt that Xia Liuchuan's aura changed once he had 2 swords in hand. His expression couldn't help but turn solemn. The sword in Xia Liuchuan's hand finally moved, but his body didn't move. The evil slaying sword flew over and stabbed at Zhou Wen in a flash, as though it was about to penetrate his right eye. Zhou Wen brandished his saber and slashed, sending the evil slaying sword flying. However, Xia Liuchuan and his pure hook sword arrived in front of Zhou Wen. The bamboo blade had just slashed out, preventing it from being retractable in time. Zhou Wen abruptly crouched and dodged the pure hook sword's thrust. At the same time, the log smashed down on Xia Liuchuan's head. Suddenly, Xia Liuchuan's figure flashed and vanished in front of Zhou Wen. As for the pure hook sword, It turned from a stab into a slash that was aimed at Zhou Wen's neck. Xia Liuchuan arrived beside the evil slaying sword through some unknown means. He grabbed it with one hand and stabbed it down at Zhou Wen's back. Zhou Wen brandished his saber to fend off the pure hook sword, but he no longer had the time to block the evil slaying sword behind him. Clang! A scalpel appeared behind Zhou Wen and blocked the evil slaying sword's attack as Dr. Darkness separated from Zhou Wen's body. As for Zhou Wen, he had also switched to the Ancient Sovereign Sutra and fused with the Defy Ancient Sovereign. His body became filled with energy as he used the Demon Dragon True Body, allowing him to gain mythical combat strength for a short period of time. He forcefully sent the pure hook sword flying. After sending the pure hook sword flying, Zhou Wen turned around and slashed at Xia Liuchuan. Xia Liuchuan's expression remained unchanged as the evil slaying sword in his hand continued stabbing at Zhou Wen. It was as though he hadn't seen Dr. Darkness's scalpel or Zhou Wen's bamboo blade. If the two of them continued the trajectories of their thrust, the scalpel and bamboo blade would hit Xia Liuchuan while the evil slaying sword would pierce through Zhou Wen's chest. Zhou Wen used bamboo blade to block the evil slaying sword, but Xia Liuchuan's figure vanished. He appeared beside the pure hook sword that had been sent flying and grabbed it for another midair slash. Xia Liuchuan's figure kept moving about as though he was performing a magic trick. He appeared beside the evil slaying sword one moment and appeared beside the pure hook sword the next moment. This teleportation wasn't as simple as being fast. It was similar to Lost Country's teleportation, but there were no restrictions on the teleportation. However, he didn't have as much freedom as teleportation. It could be seen that Xia Liuchuan could only move between the two swords. Although that was the case, it was already difficult for Zhou Wen to deal with him. Xia Liuchuan used two swords and constantly moved back and forth like a ghost. It made Zhou Wen feel that it was harder than fighting three mythical opponents at the same time. The most uncomfortable thing was that he couldn't fight Xia Liuchuan, because Xia Liuchuan could move to the side of another sword at any time. If he attacked, he wouldn't be able to injure Xia Liuchuan and would only end up being injured by him. Zhou Wen and Dr. Darkness joined forces, but they were still suppressed by Xia Liuchuan. They had no chance of charging to the gate of supreme harmony. If I wasn't carrying such a huge object, I wouldn't be at such a disadvantage. Zhou Wen was best at movement techniques. However, the log prevented him from using the movement techniques he was good at. It was extremely uncomfortable fighting. Liuchuan's sword warp technique has improved, the middle-aged man praised. Sword warp requires talent, and it's easy to learn but difficult to master. Little Chuan likes such techniques, but there's actually not much need for it. The time spent would be better spent on guardians, Old Master Xia said calmly. Although Old Master Xia didn't approve of Xia Liuchuan spending all his time on the sword warp technique, Zhou Wen was now quite depressed from being suppressed by it. This sword warp technique was like an illusion. Under Xia Liuchuan's usage, it was unpredictable and dazzling. Zhou Wen thought to himself, letting this continue wouldn't work. Since I've already entered Forbidden City, there's no need to fight him. I should quickly place the log on the Hall of Supreme Harmony and give it a try. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen summoned the Great Might Vajra Bull. The moment the Great Might Vajra Bull came out, it shook the bell on its neck. Once the soul suppression bell rang, Zia Liuchuan immediately felt dizzy. The two swords fell from the sky with him. Zhou Wen took this opportunity to get Dr. Darkness to possess him again as he charged in the direction of the Gate of Supreme Harmony. However, after running a few steps, a sword beam flashed. Zhou Wen tilted his head and saw the evil-slaying sword fly past his ear. Zia Liuchuan instantly moved to the side of the evil-slaying sword and slashed at Zhou Wen's face with it. Zhou Wen swiped up his saber and clashed with Zia Liuchuan's evil-slaying sword several times. Zia Liuchuan's sword techniques were unpredictable, so Zhou Wen wasn't able to gain any advantage. The Great Might Vajra Bull turned around to help Zhou Wen, but the moment it turned around, Zia Liuchuan appeared behind the Great Might Vajra Bull like a phantom. He held the pure hook sword and stabbed the Great Might Vajra Bull's buttocks. Moo! The Great Might Vajra Bull's pupils constricted as it raised its hind legs and kicked Zia Liuchuan. In response, Zia Liuchuan waved his hand and threw the pure hook sword at Zhou Wen. At the same time, he warped to the side of the evil-slaying sword and continued fighting Zhou Wen with it. The entire process was like a magic show. If not for the Great Might Vajra Bull's powerful physique, any ordinary person would have been killed by Zia Liuchuan. As Zhou Wen blocked the evil-slaying sword, he summoned the Golden Overlord sword. However, he didn't have any spare hands to use it. All he could do was let the Golden Overlord sword attack autonomously in its original form. The Great Might Vajra Bull used its life soul and transformed into the thousand-handed, bull-headed state. Golden light shot out from its palm as it attempted to kill Zia Liuchuan. However, Zia Liuchuan was one with his two swords. He constantly teleported and fought, making it seem harder to fight him than simultaneously fighting three people. Zhou Wen, together with the Great Might Vajra Bull and the Golden Overlord sword, failed to gain the upper hand. What swordplay do you practice? Why aren't you a magician? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. He originally didn't want to be too ostentatious, but now that he couldn't escape Zia Liuchuan, he had no choice but to think of other solutions. Should I let Tyrant Behemoth fight? Zhou Wen considered Tyrant Behemoth. It had already appeared on the rankings, so exposing it didn't matter much. Carrying such a heavy piece of wood, Zhou Wen really couldn't escape Zia Liuchuan. Without any hesitation, he summoned Tyrant Behemoth. Boom! Tyrant Behemoth landed on the ground out of thin air, causing the ground to tremble. Tyrant Behemoth. It's actually Zhou Wen's companion beast. Old Master Zia and the middle-aged man revealed looks of surprise. Many people were investigating the identity of Tyrant Behemoth's owner. Most people believed that Tyrant Behemoth was a companion beast of an expert in the West District, but they never expected it to be in Zhou Wen's hands. Outside Forbidden City, there was someone who was even more surprised than Old Master Zia and company. It was Zhang Chengqiu. Zhang Chengqiu had used his heavenly eye to see Tyrant Behemoth in Forbidden City. Furthermore, he knew very well that the Tyrant Behemoth companion egg had originally belonged to the Zhang family, but it had been smuggled out by a traitor. Chapter 744, Myriad Sword Formation. After Tyrant Behemoth appeared, it directly activated absolute strength. Space distorted as the pure hook and evil-slaying swords were attracted towards Tyrant Behemoth. Although Zia Liuchuan had tried his best to escape this situation, Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength was just too powerful. He couldn't escape the two mythical swords as he flew towards Tyrant Behemoth with his sword. Zhou Wen didn't stop as he ran towards the gate of supreme harmony without waiting for the outcome. Zhou Wen couldn't run fast while carrying the wooden log. Before he reached the gate of supreme harmony, he suddenly heard a terrifying sound. The shock wave broke through the sound barrier and produced a terrifying sonic boom. Zhou Wen turned his head and saw Xia Liuchuan levitating in midair. He was wearing a strange black armor that resembled some kind of black jade. It also emitted a mysterious black light. Xia Liuchuan held pure hook and evil slaying with both hands as he crossed them in front of him, blocking Tyrant Behemoth's punch. He wasn't sent flying. That's Guardian. Zhou Wen could tell that the armor was somewhat odd. Its aura didn't seem like a companion beast, but resembled more of a guardian. Furthermore, Xia Liuchuan was able to withstand Tyrant Behemoth in its absolute strength state. This wasn't something an ordinary companion beast armor could do. Xia Liuchuan wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting Tyrant Behemoth. The two swords in his hands criss-crossed as he fought Tyrant Behemoth. When Zhou Wen saw that Xia Liuchuan didn't have the upper hand, he immediately continued running towards the gate of supreme harmony. He had to first escape the log. Otherwise, even if the guardian was in front of him, he wouldn't be able to kill the guardian while carrying it. Zhou Wen rushed past the gate of supreme harmony and couldn't help but stop. This was because, after passing the gates, there were many people standing in the open space. There were probably more than 10,000 of them. The 10,000 people stood in a square formation on the empty ground. Each of them held a sword in their hands, but no one spoke. They were silent. Upon seeing Zhou Wen walk over, the eyes of the 10,000 people looked at him in unison. In front of the square formation stood a woman in black. She was none other than the Xianxia whom Zhou Wen knew. Zhou Wen, why are you here instead of dueling Xia Liuchuan? Xianxia asked Zhou Wen. I'm just taking a stroll. It's rare to come to the legendary Forbidden City. I want to see the legendary Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhou Wen said with a light cough. It's best you go back and fight. Forbidden City isn't a place outsiders can enter as they wish, Xianxia said. Since I'm already here, let me take a look. Zhou Wen naturally wasn't willing to retreat. Although the Xia family was already wary of him, he had to make an attempt on the Hall of Supreme Harmony regardless. Just as Zhou Wen took 2 steps forward, Xianxia raised the ancient sword in her hand. The 10,000 people raised the sword in their hands at the same time. In an instant, countless sword beams surged into the sky and condensed towards the ancient sword in Xianxia's hand. With the augmentation of more than 10,000 ancient swords, the sword beam produced by the ancient sword in Xianxia's hand was already terrifying beyond imagination. Even the Golden Overlord sword paled in comparison. Zhou Wen could roughly tell that the ancient sword in Xianxia's hand was similar to the Golden Harp. They could gather some kind of power. The difference was that the Golden Harp allowed sound waves to resonate, while the ancient sword in Xianxia's hand could condense the sword beams of other sword-type companion beasts. Every sword in the sword formation of more than 10,000 people was probably an epic companion beast. With the augmentation of more than 10,000 sword beams, and the fact that the ancient sword might be at the mythical stage, the might of the sword was probably not inferior to a top-notch mythical creature. Zhou Wen, you should return to fight Xia Liuchuan, Xianxia said to Zhou Wen. What if I insist on touring Forbidden City? Zhou Wen walked towards the sword formation. Xianxia slashed with her sword as a terrifying sword beam slashed down like a heavenly river. It was difficult for Zhou Wen to dodge, so he could only use the Golden Overlord Sword's Golden Sword aura to meet it. The Golden Sword aura was indestructible. In the beginning, it had indeed sliced through the sword beam that resembled a heavenly river, but the sword beam seemed to pour down endlessly. Soon, it drowned the Golden Sword aura. Xianxia didn't really slash down. She retracted the ancient sword in her hand, and the sword beam circled back like a dragon before returning to the sword formation. "Please return," Xianxia said expressionlessly. With a thought, Zhou Wen turned around and left the gate of supreme harmony. The 10,000 sword formation was just too powerful. It would probably take quite some time to storm through it. Zhou Wen planned on heading to the unguarded building to give it a try to prevent any delays. When Xianxia saw Zhou Wen come out, he had no intention of attacking him. He continued fighting Tyrant Behemoth. When Tyrant Behemoth used absolute strength, it could only fight Xianxia to a draw. Once absolute strength ran out, it probably wouldn't be Xianxia's match. Zhou Wen rushed to the corner tower, and when he arrived in front of it, he leaped up and jumped onto the city wall before jumping to the top of the corner tower. It wasn't that he didn't want to complete the jump in one try, but the log was too heavy. He couldn't do it with a single jump. Zhou Wen erected the log at the top of the corner tower and realized that there was no reaction. He tried to release the log, and the word slave immediately appeared on his forehead. "It's not here." Zhou Wen was somewhat disappointed as he carried the log down corner tower. He knew that this time he could only attempt the myriad sword formation led by Xianxia. It was highly likely that the peak of Forbidden City was the top of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After this ordeal, absolute strength didn't have much time left. There were probably only about 10 minutes left. Xianxia clearly wanted to defeat Tyrant Behemoth first, so he wasn't in a rush to chase after Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen passed through the door again and could already see the Hall of Supreme Harmony in front of him. However, with the myriad sword formation obstructing him, it was impossible to gain passage without destroying it. The 10,000 sword formation's might is too powerful. Among my companion beasts, probably only Torch Dragon's bright torch vision world can match it. If Truth Listener breaks 2 earrings, it might be able to put up a fight, but it's not convenient for either of them to be exposed. Zhou Wen thought of something as his eyes suddenly lit up. "Zhou Wen, why are you back?" Xianxia asked with a frown when she saw Zhou Wen running over. "Xianxia isn't my match. There's no point in fighting him. I still want to visit the Hall of Supreme Harmony," Zhou Wen said as he walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia raised her sword again without any hesitation. The sword formation regenerated as a terrifying sword beam, emitted a terrifying might. From afar, it made one's scalp tingle. With a thought, Zhou Wen summoned a companion beast. This companion beast wasn't Torch Dragon or Truth Listener, nor was it demonic neonate. Instead, it was a beautiful girl. She was unbelievably beautiful. She had long hair that made all women envious, and her eyes were extremely charming. It was as though a single glance would entrance one, preventing them from moving their eyes away. The Xia family disciples in the myriad sword formation couldn't help but look at the beautiful girl. Chapter 745. Eyes of Enticement. Previously, Medusa had caused a stir on the Peninsula of Gods, letting the entire Federation know of her existence. However, all the videos that people saw were of Medusa, the snake-haired demoness. Not many had seen her maiden form. Furthermore, ever since Medusa had been killed, no new Medusa had passed through the spatial rift to enter the cursed demon palace. Therefore, the Xia family members didn't recognize the maiden Medusa. If they knew her, they definitely wouldn't dare to look at her or her eyes. Unlike the snake-haired demoness, Medusa did not have the ability to petrify others. Her eyes of enticement needed others to see her eyes before they could be of use. At this moment, more than 10,000 Xia family disciples saw Medusa's eyes. Immediately, their bodies petrified as they turned pale with fright. Xia Xuanyu's expression changed drastically as she immediately realized the problem. She closed her eyes and slashed at Medusa. However, because many owners of epic swords had seen Medusa's eyes, their bodies slowly petrified. They were unable to circulate their essence energy, nor could they use the epic swords in their hands to cooperate with Xia Xuanyu. This greatly reduced the might of Xia Xuanyu's sword beam. Zhou Wen held the golden overlord sword and slashed out a sword beam to clash with Xia Xuanyu's sword beam. The ancient sword in Xia Xuanyu's hand was also transformed from a mythical companion beast. It wasn't inferior to the golden overlord sword, but the stats of the golden overlord sword were too domineering. When the sword beams collided, the ancient sword beam shattered due to the loss of the myriad sword formation's augmentation. The golden overlord sword beam continued slashing at Xia Xuanyu. Xia Xuanyu closed her eyes and shifted her body, dodging the golden sword aura. At the same time, she brandished her sword and attacked Zhou Wen. Her movement technique was the path to snatching heaven that Zhou Wen had seen before. Back then, Zhou Wen had fought Xia Xuanyu, giving him the chance to advance the transcendent flying immortal to the divine level. In that battle, Xia Xuanyu had also comprehended the profundity of the path to snatching heaven, allowing it to advance to the divine level as well. Now, Xia Xuanyu's path to snatching heaven had become more mature, giving her the boldness to snatch a path from heaven. Just her movement technique alone gave others a huge sense of oppression. As Zhou Wen was carrying the log, he was unable to use transcendent flying immortal to compete with Xia Xuanyu's path to snatching heaven. The golden overlord sword was a little clumsy and wasn't suitable for fighting Xia Xuanyu. Zhou Wen threw the golden overlord sword out and allowed it to attack autonomously. He drew his bamboo blade and clashed with Xia Xuanyu's sword. Medusa retreated to the side under Zhou Wen's control. Her combat strength was very weak, so he was afraid that Xia Xuanyu's sword beam could kill her. It wasn't suitable for her to participate in the battle. However, Zhou Wen couldn't summon her back. This was because the eyes of enticement couldn't permanently petrify people. It required them to see her to remain petrified. If Zhou Wen were to unsummon her, those people would shortly recover from their petrified states. Although they were both petrification skills, Medusa's skill was eyes of enticement. Its nature was different from the eyes of petrification. Previously, when Zhou Wen had fought Medusa, Truth Listener's evil nullification could restrain the snake-haired demoness's eyes of petrification, but it couldn't restrain the eyes of enticement. This was because the two had different attributes. Xia Xuanyu thought that Zhou Wen had killed the 10,000 swordsmen. She was filled with grief as she no longer held back with the ancient sword in her hand. Together with the path to snatching heaven, she slashed at Zhou Wen again and again. Although my Xia family is big among the younger generation, only Liuchuan and little Yu are promising talents. To be able to cultivate the path to snatching heaven to such a level, I'm afraid even Liuchuan couldn't do it at her age, right? On the city gates, the middle-aged man sighed. A strange look flashed across old Master Xia's eyes, and he said calmly, "Little Yu is very talented, but it's a pity that she's a girl and can't inherit the Xia family's business." The middle-aged man said, "However, our Xia family can be considered extremely lucky since little Yu can support Liuchuan in the future." Zhang Chengyu was also paying attention to the battle in Forbidden City. When he saw Xia Xuanyu's movement technique, he couldn't help but praise. "Excellent movement technique. Du Gu, your movement technique isn't much better, right?" "Her movement technique isn't inferior to mine." Du Gu Ji nodded. Du Gu Ji couldn't see the situation inside Forbidden City, but when Zhou Wen entered the city, he had already secretly released some goo worms to sneak in. Using the information transmitted by the goo worms, he was also aware of the situation inside. Shen, Yuchai, and the others from the bureau had been using their binoculars to observe the situation inside the city. However, there was a mysterious force inside the city that prevented ordinary binoculars from seeing anything. They could only occasionally see terrifying sword beams shoot out, but nothing else. Zhou Wen was rather familiar with the path to snatching heaven. Although he couldn't dodge, the bamboo blade in his hand blocked Xia Xuanyu's sword again and again. As he fought, he retreated in the direction of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. This Zhou Wen is really impressive. He can actually withstand such an amazing movement technique and sword technique, despite carrying such a heavy piece of wood, praised Du Gu Ji. Don't you think that Zhou Wen seems to know Xia Xuanyu's movement technique very well? It looks like he can predict the future, Zhang Chengyu said with narrowed eyes. Is it a special ability? I heard that there's a girl in the Ultimate Family clan who has the Eye of Odin and can see through everything. Du Gu Ji mused and said, "No, I think it's more like Zhou Wen knows Xia Xuanyu's movement technique very well," Zhang Chengyu said. "Are you saying that Zhou Wen and Xia Xuanyu have something between them?" Du Gu Ji said straightforwardly. He wasn't like Zhang Chengyu, who spoke half-truths. "I only know that Zhou Wen definitely knows Xia Xuanyu's movement technique very well. I don't know if there's anything between them," Zhang Chengyu said with a shrug. Up on the city gates, old Master Xia and the middle-aged man also frowned. Clearly, they shared the same thoughts as Zhang Chengyu. Xia Xuanyu's amazing path to snatching heaven was actually blocked by Zhou Wen's saber. It was as though he had predicted the future. This was definitely not something that could be explained by just having powerful saber techniques. Little Yu once represented our Xia family to be the witness for Zhou Wen's battle in Luoyang. Perhaps she crossed paths with him back then. Perhaps she fought Zhou Wen before and not because she deliberately leaked the path to snatching heaven, the middle-aged man said. Zhou Wen's understanding of the path to snatching heaven isn't as simple as exchanging blows, old Master Xia said indifferently. "Ah Cheng, go and settle this matter." "What about Liuchuan?" The middle-aged man, Ah Cheng, was somewhat hesitant. "I've given him too much time," old Master Xia said expressionlessly. "I know what to do." Ah Cheng bowed slightly before jumping down the city gates and walking towards the gate of Supreme Harmony. When Xia Liuchuan, who was fighting Tyrant Behemoth, saw Ah Cheng coming down, his expression changed slightly. Chapter 746, Great Array. Uncle Cheng, I can handle it myself. You don't have to do anything, Zia Liuchuan said. Sorry, old master can't wait any longer. As Ah Cheng spoke, he continued walking towards the gate of supreme harmony. Soon, he passed through it and saw Zhou Wen fighting Zia Qiuanyu. Little Yu, you can stand down. Leave this to me, said Ah Cheng. Uncle Cheng, I can handle it myself, Zia Qiuanyu replied. This is old master's order, Ah Cheng said. When Zia Qiuanyu heard the words old master, she had no choice but to back out from the battle and go to Ah Cheng's side. Ah Cheng extended his hand, and a strange yellow talisman appeared. The moment it appeared, golden runes lit up on the ground in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. It blanketed the huge space in golden light instantly. Zhou Wen immediately felt as though he had fallen into a huge vortex. The essence energy in his body was sucked out before rapidly flowing into the vortex. It wasn't just Zhou Wen himself. Even the companion beasts he summoned suffered the same fate. The Golden Overlord's sword and Medusa were rapidly drained of their essence energy. The petrified Xia family disciples and their epic companion beast swords didn't receive any special care. Zhou Wen hurriedly retracted Medusa and the Golden Overlord sword. At the same time, he switched his essence energy art to the Tao Sutra. The heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder also appeared in his consciousness. Such an array formation was similar to the explosive fiend man's time bomb. It needed to be prepared ahead of time. Clearly, the Xia family was very careful and had prepared everything. Even if Zia Liuchuan couldn't win, they could still kill Zhou Wen. With the appearance of the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder, Zhou Wen immediately felt the essence energy in his body stop leaking. With a thought, he retracted Tyrant Behemoth, who was fighting Zia Liuchuan. Tyrant Behemoth's absolute strength was almost up. There was no need to continue fighting. We agreed on a duel. Isn't your Xia family being too shameless? Zhou Wen pretended to be alarmed as he struggled to retreat. Ah Cheng said indifferently, You were the one who didn't duel. How can you blame our Xia family for not honoring our promise? All right, count yourselves lucky. I'll admit defeat, all right. Stop your array formation, Zhou Wen shouted as he retreated. He was already very close to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, less than 50 meters away. Any closer, and he would be able to jump onto the top of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen didn't know if the Hall of Supreme Harmony was the peak of Forbidden City, or if it could help him escape the log. It's already too late, Ah Cheng said. It's easy for you to want my life. But don't tell me you have zero concern about the lives of the 10,000 Xia family members. Zhou Wen pointed at the petrified Xia family members. As Medusa had been unsummoned by Zhou Wen, their petrified bodies were gradually recovering. Seeing that they weren't dead, Zia Qiuanyu couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She had thought that Zhou Wen had killed all of them and was extremely furious. Only now did she realize that Zhou Wen hadn't really killed them. However, just like Zhou Wen, they were trapped in the array. Furthermore, they didn't have the protection of the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder. Their essence energy was constantly devoured by the array. Before the petrification on their bodies completely subsided, their essence energy was nearly sucked dry. Zia Liuchuan walked over and said, "Uncle Cheng, stop. If this continues, they will all die." Ah Cheng shook his head. "Before dealing with Zhou Wen, the array can't be deactivated." Zhou Wen was still retreating. Having already retreated to the edge of the array, the light barrier formed at the edge of the array blocked his path. The thin layer of golden light was like a metal wall. Zhou Wen tried his best several times, but he failed to slam through it. Furthermore, as long as essence energy struck the barrier, it would immediately be absorbed by the barrier, making its defense even stronger. Zhou Wen was still fine. His essence energy hadn't really been sucked away. The Xia family's disciples didn't share his prowess. They were nearly drained dry. Some of them had already recovered from the petrification. They rushed to the edge of the array formation, but like Zhou Wen, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the barrier. Soon, their essence energy was sucked dry. After their essence energy was sucked dry, the array didn't let them off. Their essence, vitality, and spirit were extracted after their essence energy was drained. Their bodies aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. They looked extremely terrifying. Many Xia family members shouted in horror as they struggled to escape the hellish array. Xia Xuanyu's expression was complicated. She never expected to see such a scene. Furthermore, she was part of the reason why these people ended up like this. If she hadn't failed to stop Zhou Wen, Ah Cheng wouldn't have taken action. The 10,000s of Xia family members wouldn't have been trapped in the array. "Uncle Cheng, I'm sorry." Xia Xuanyu gritted her teeth and suddenly brandished her sword, stabbing the yellow talisman in front of Ah Cheng. Ah Cheng never expected Xia Xuanyu to unsheath her sword beside him. He was caught off guard as the yellow talisman was pierced by the sword beam. As the yellow talisman shattered, the array's golden light immediately cracked. The light barrier vanished as the golden runes on the ground dimmed. "Little you." Ah Cheng's expression changed drastically. He wasn't worried that the array formation would release Zhou Wen after breaking. There was another reason. Xia Liuchuan was also shocked. He turned to look in the direction of the city gate tower, and his body immediately trembled. Old Master Xia, who was sitting on the city gate tower watching the battle, had already disappeared. When he turned around, he realized that Old Master Xia was already standing in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony with his hands behind his back. Zhou Wen was just about to forcefully break through the light barrier when he realized that it had suddenly vanished. Just as he was overjoyed and was about to rush up the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a figure appeared in front of it as though he had teleported. He stood at the end of the stairs and blocked his path. Zhou Wen took a careful look and saw that the person's body was majestic. He was about 2 meters tall, and his hair was completely white. He looked like an elder, but his aura was extremely powerful. He didn't look like an elder at all. Zhou Wen's heart palpitated as though he had sensed an extremely dangerous aura. He couldn't help but feel alarmed. "Who allowed you to destroy the array without permission?" Old Master Xia didn't look at Zhou Wen, but his gaze landed on Xia Xuanyu. "Old Master, Xuanyu didn't do it on purpose. She just couldn't bear to see the Xia family's members die." Xia Liuchuan hurriedly pulled Xia Xuanyu to kneel down and admit her mistake. "Is that so?" Old Master Xia glanced expressionlessly at the Xia family members who had been drained of their vitality and had luckily escaped. Suddenly, Old Master Xia extended his hand and grabbed. Xia Xuanyu's body seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, as she was instantly pulled in front of old Master Xia. He had his hand on her head. On the ground, the golden runes appeared once again. The array was activated again, trapping everyone inside once more. Chapter 747. Heaven and Earth Origin Returning Formation. The first to bear the brunt was the Xia family members. Their essence energy was already depleted, and they had been enervated of their essence, vitality, and spirit. With the array's sudden suction, their bodies immediately bled as many of them collapsed to the ground. Apart from Zhou Wen and old Master Xia who weren't affected, even Xia Xuanyu's essence energy began to drain. "Old Master, please let Xuanyu off. She won't make the same mistake again," Xia Liuchuan pleaded. Old Master Xia had Xia Xuanyu's head in one hand, yet she couldn't move at all. Even the mythical sword in her hand dropped to the ground as her eyes were filled with horror. Old Master Xia said calmly, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you were born into the Xia family. The world is cold and heartless. Any mistake can lead to the downfall of a family. As the future leader of the Xia family, if you don't even understand this, you have no right to lead the Xia family. Please give Xuanyu another chance." Xia Liuchuan slammed his head on the ground. "Rules are rules. A volcano won't stop erupting because of your pleas, and time won't stop flowing because of pity. Rules have no feelings, and they are the most straightforward. It looks like you still don't understand what kind of cruel world you will face as the future leader of the Xia family." Old Master Xia didn't have any intention of letting Xia Xuanyu off. Xia Xuanyu's essence energy was almost drained dry. Xia Liuchuan's body trembled as he suddenly looked up. The evil slaying sword in his hand erupted with extreme strength as he stabbed at the golden light of the array. "Liuchuan!" Ah Cheng's expression turned even uglier. He wanted to stop Xia Liuchuan, but it was already too late. Clang! The power of the evil slaying sword and the augmentation of Xia Liuchuan's protective armor failed to slice through the light barrier. Xia Liuchuan was alarmed, but in the next second, the pure hook sword in his other hand slashed out as well. The two swords slashed at the array in a frenzy, but it only caused the golden barrier to sway. It failed to slice through it. Instead, his essence energy was absorbed by the array, causing the golden light barrier to become even more terrifying. Old Master Xia looked at Xia Liuchuan coldly and asked, "Little Chuan, I dote on you the most. Are you going to betray me now? I only hope that you can spare Xuanyu. She's my sister." Xia Liuchuan's swords didn't stop as he continued slashing at the barrier. "Seems like I need to reconsider the heir to the Xia family." A cold glint flashed across old Master Xia's eyes as he clenched his fists. Suddenly, a sword beam slashed over. Old Master Xia raised his hand and grabbed it. The golden sword beam was sucked into his palm and vanished instantly. Instead, the essence energy on old Master Xia's body became even more majestic. At the same time, a suction force pulled Xia Xuanyu out. It was Zhou Wen's demonic astral wheel. "You people from a large family sure know how to have fun. You can even make it sound so dignified by killing your descendants. You've really broadened my horizons today." Zhou Wen pulled Xia Xuanyu to his side, but she wasn't in a good state. Her essence energy was constantly depleting, and she was almost drained dry. Zhou Wen summoned the heaven-opening scripture. The scripture floated above his head, emitting an invisible force that blocked the array's suction force, preventing any essence energy in a tiny area around him from being sucked into the array. To be able to withstand the power of the heaven and earth origin, returning array. Your talent and the essence energy, art, you cultivate, as well as your life providence and life soul, are indeed extraordinary. Old Master Xia didn't mind the sarcasm in Zhou Wen's words. All he did was stare at the heaven-opening scripture above Zhou Wen's head and ask, "That's your life soul, right? What's its name?" "Why should I tell you, you old sicko?" Zhou Wen said with a smile. "It's fine. Even if you don't tell me, I'll find out soon," Old Master Xia said as he spread out his palm. All the essence energy in the heaven and earth origin returning array gathered towards his palm. Instantly, there were tragic cries. Many of the Xia family disciples who were struggling died as they spat out blood. Their bodies were instantly sucked dry as they lost their essence, vitality, and spirit. As for old Master Xia, after absorbing so much essence energy, his aura became extremely terrifying. The essence energy that seeped out of his body seemed to condense into something corporeal as it swayed on his body. The cracked essence energy made his skin seem transparent. Be it Xia Liuchuan and Ah Cheng, who were outside the heaven and earth origin returning array, or Zhou Wen and Xia Xuanyu inside the array, they all felt their blood run cold. It wasn't that they had never seen a dead person, but more than 10,000 epic experts had died tragically. Furthermore, they were members of the Xia family. They had never seen anyone so crazy. "Old Master, why are you doing this? This is destroying the Xia family." Xia Xuanyu really couldn't understand why Old Master Xia would do this. There were more than 10,000 epic experts. Even among the 6 families, there weren't many who could gather that number of epic experts. Furthermore, they had been nurtured by Old Master Xia himself. Now, he had personally killed them. Xia Xuanyu couldn't figure out why. "With me around, the Xia family will never be destroyed. So what if there are more than 10,000 epic experts? I spent such a huge price to nurture them. They were originally only used as a stepping stone for my advancement to the mythical stage. Now that their mission has been completed, they have died a worthy death." The essence energy in Old Master Xia's body was as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Furthermore, his body seemed to be becoming younger. Even his white hair was gradually turning black. Advance to the mythical stage, Xia Xuanyu couldn't comprehend. Was it right to sacrifice so many people just to advance to the mythical stage? Furthermore, among the 10,000 epic experts, although most of them didn't share the Xia surname, many of them were blood-related members of the Xia family. If one doesn't enter the mythical stage, they will ultimately be mortal. No matter how powerful they are, there will be a day when they die. Only by advancing to the mythical stage can one break through the shackles of life like dimensional creatures and become a higher life form. Unfortunately, the human body is too weak. Their talent is too poor. Even someone as talented as me can't rely on the strength of a single person to advance to the mythical stage. Old Master Xia explained indifferently. I've studied many essence energy arts and combined them with the great Emperor Sutra passed down in our Xia family. I've finally found a path to advance to the mythical stage. It's to pile up sand into a tower and refine rocks into gold. I gathered the bloodlines, talents, life providences, and life souls of many geniuses into one, allowing me to break through the limits of humanity and advance to the mythical stage. This is the only path I can take now. Zhou Wen was dumbfounded when he heard that. He finally knew why the Xia family had secretly attacked so many talented youths. It was all because of old Master Xia. Zhou Wen originally imagined that Wang Mingyuan's advancement to the mythical stage was already very ruthless, but compared to old Master Xia's method, Wang Mingyuan's advancement was as holy as an angel. Chapter 748. Old Master Xia. By killing so many people, what's the difference between you and a devil like Jing Daoxian? Aren't you afraid that the other 5 Federation families will join forces to attack you? Zhou Wen asked. Old Master Xia sneered and said, You killed these people. What has it got to do with me? I'll naturally kill you to avenge them. You will also become an important step in my advancement to the mythical stage. With that said, Old Master Xia extended his hand and grabbed at Zhou Wen and Xia Xuanyu. At the same time, he continued, As a member of the Xia family, you should contribute to the Xia family. Return your bloodline's talent to me. A terrifying suction force was produced as Xia Xuanyu and Zhou Wen involuntarily headed for Old Master Xia. This was the first time Zhou Wen had seen a human use such terrifying strength. His strength couldn't withstand the suction force. Together with the heaven-opening scripture, he moved in Old Master Xia's direction, his feet leaving 2 marks on the stone slabs on the ground. Xia Xuanyu had expended too much essence energy and was in an even worse state. Her body had already flown up. Zhou Wen placed the log down with one hand and stabbed it into the ground. He used his other hand to hold Xia Xuanyu back, and thanks to the log, they finally stopped. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. Now, Xia Liuchuan and Xia Xuanyu were probably going to completely fall out with Old Master Xia. Perhaps he could use their strength later. Although Xia Xuanyu no longer had any combat strength, Xia Liuchuan was still outside. Furthermore, he had a guardian with him. Perhaps he could use his strength to rush out of the heaven and earth origin, returning a ray. Otherwise, in this array, any companion beast's essence energy would be drained. The more companion beasts summoned, the stronger the augmentation Old Master Xia would receive. He had to rush out first. That old sicko has absorbed the life providence and life souls of countless geniuses. He has also absorbed the essence energy and life essence of more than 10,000 epic experts. His strength is unfathomable. Speaking of which, even a tiger will not eat its cubs. Yet, this old sicko wants to devour his descendants. Why doesn't the heavens strike him to death with lightning? Zhou Wen placed Xia Xuanyu behind the log and got her to hug it. He held the golden overlord sword and slashed out sword beams at the old sicko, hoping to temporarily stop his suction force so that he could rush out of the heaven and earth essence origin, returning a ray with the log. However, the golden sword aura that Zhou Wen slashed out was sucked in by the old sicko. Not only did it fail to injure him, but it also became a tonic for him. I refuse to believe that you can suck everything. Zhou Wen summoned the great might Vajra bull and made it shake the soul suppression bell. However, the soul-suppressing bell's chime couldn't stir Old Master Xia's soul. It didn't make him dizzy at all. Instead, as the great might Vajra bull was too big in size, the power of the heaven-opening scripture couldn't envelop it completely. Its essence energy quickly drained as its body moved towards Old Master Xia's palm. The great might Vajra bull struggled with all its might, but it was unable to stop itself from sliding towards Old Master Xia. Its 4 hooves sank into the stone slab, but it didn't stop its slide towards old Master Xia, scaring the great Might Vajra bull into mooing. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned it back and didn't dare release it again. Don't use companion beasts. He has absorbed countless life providences and life souls. He can absorb any type of essence energy for his own use. Companion beasts are condensed from essence energy. The power of any companion beast will be of help to him. Xia Liuchuan warned Zhou Wen loudly from outside. How can I rush out without a companion beast? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. Since you insist on dying, come in and join them. Old Master Xia snorted coldly. Xia Liuchuan had already used his fists to strike the light barrier of the array, but he suddenly felt the area in front of him empty out. He had already fallen into the array. Old Master Xia used his other hand to grab and suck at Xia Liuchuan. Xia Liuchuan's body immediately slid towards him. Xia Liuchuan didn't retreat. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch at old Master Xia. Guardians were life forms and not pure energy. They were somewhat different from companion beasts. The Guardian's strength should be able to be of some use against old Master Xia. Boom! Old Master Xia's palm collided with Xia Liuchuan's fist and was forced back a few steps. The suction force immediately vanished. I'll hold him back. Take Chuanyu and leave. Xia Liuchuan threw another punch at old Master Xia and shouted, Brother, I'm counting on you. Zhou Wen picked up the log and ran with Xia Chuanyu. Xia Chuanyu was still somewhat hesitant, but Zhou Wen immediately said, It'll be easier for your brother to run if we run. If you stay a minute longer, your brother will be in greater danger. Xia Chuanyu naturally understood this principle. She gritted her teeth and ran to the edge of the array formation with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen attacked the array, but when his strength struck the barrier, it was absorbed by the barrier, preventing it from cracking. Essence, energy-related skills won't do, but I wonder if pure physical strength works. Zhou Wen didn't think too much about it, as he forcefully switched to the Defy Ancient Sovereign Life Soul. He used the Demon Dragon True Body and endured the loss of essence energy as he threw a punch at the barrier. Boom! The barrier trembled. Although it wasn't shattered, it gave Zhou Wen hope. Pure physical strength was indeed effective against the Heaven and Earth Origin returning array. Zhou Wen didn't hesitate as he punched the barrier, again and again, hoping to penetrate it and escape the Heaven and Earth Origin returning array. Xia Liuchuan was attacking old Master Xia crazily, but all his attacks were easily dodged by old Master Xia, like a cat teasing a mouse. I gave you everything you have, and I taught you all your techniques. How dare you attack me? Old Master Xia easily dodged Xia Liuchuan's attack and stared at him coldly. Xia Liuchuan didn't say a word and just kept attacking. In the past, old Master Xia had indeed doted on him. In the past, he had indeed treated old Master Xia as his closest kin, even closer than his own parents. It wasn't until the year he turned 15 that he accidentally saw old Master Xia suck his talented cousin dry. From then on, he rarely went to the East Courtyard. I originally thought that you were a little different from the others, but it looks like you're just a beast that will ultimately remain mortal. Forget it. With you as my last cornerstone, my raising of you for so many years wasn't in vain. Old Master Xia actually made a move. His palm actually passed through Xia Liuchuan's fist and struck his chest. Xia Liuchuan was wearing the Guardian armor. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he still took a few steps back. Although a guardian is strong, it's a pity that you don't have the time to truly control his power. Furthermore, do you really think that after contracting with the guardian, he will really belong to you? Old Master Xia retracted his palm. There was a wound on his finger, and blood was dripping out. There was also a smear of blood on Xia Liuchuan's armor. Clearly, the blood did not belong to him. Chapter 749. The Strong Are Respected. Crack! Crack! The guardian armor on Xia Liuchuan's body cracked. It wasn't shattering, but the armor was automatically disintegrating. The black jade-like armor quickly disintegrated from Xia Liuchuan's body and condensed into a figure in the air. It was a black jade golem. It looked very strange. It had the appearance of a human, but its body was black jade. Old Master Xia looked at Xia Liuchuan and said coldly, "In this world, only strength is the eternal truth. The so-called guardian only wants to protect humans who can make it stronger. I'm far stronger than you, so it abandoned you and chose me. The rules of the world are just that cruel. The strong are respected." As Old Master Xia spoke, the black jade-like guardian had already transformed into armor again. However, this time, it was on Old Master Xia. Old Master Xia's white hair had already turned completely black. Wearing the black jade guardian armor, he looked even more majestic and heroic. His nose was slightly aquiline, giving him the look of the ruthlessness of an ambitious and ruthless character. It made people fear him. Without the protection of the black jade armor, Xia Liuchuan's essence energy began to leak out as it was absorbed by the heaven and earth origin returning array. Old Master Xia already had terrifying essence energy and vitality. Now, with the power of the black jade armor, his strength was unimaginable. With a punch, Xia Liuchuan only had time to raise his arm to block before he was sent flying. He slammed into the light barrier and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Wen was still striking the barrier, but he hadn't blasted it open. When he turned his head and saw this scene, he was somewhat alarmed. Although I knew that guardians are unreliable, I never expected them to be so unreliable. It actually betrayed its owner just like that. Thankfully, I didn't contract a guardian. Zhou Wen was secretly glad that he didn't contract with guardians. Zhou Wen secretly decided that, unless it was a master-slave contract like demonic neonate, even if he couldn't advance to the mythical stage, he definitely wouldn't contract a guardian. Now, there was no time for Zhou Wen to think too much. Xia Liuchuan was already at his limits. If he didn't leave, he would only be able to fight old sicko Xia in the heaven and earth origin returning array. Fighting him here would be too disadvantageous. However, the barrier was too hard. The power of the demon dragon true body couldn't blast it open in a short period of time. By the time he blasted it open, old sicko Xia would have already charged over. Suddenly, Zhou Wen thought of an idea. Although he didn't know if it would work, he had to give it a try. Looking at Xia Xuanyu, who had expended all her essence energy and was losing her essence, vitality, and spirit, Zhou Wen switched to the Tao Sutra and summoned the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder to protect himself, and Xia Xuanyu. Then, he hugged the log to his waist and slammed it into the light barrier of the heaven and earth origin returning array. "I've carried you for so long. If you don't give me some help, I'm going to die here," Zhou Wen thought as the log slammed into the barrier. Zhou Wen originally wanted to try using the heavy mass of the log to aid him, but to his surprise, he heard a loud thud. The entire heaven and earth origin returning array's barrier shattered like glass. It stopped operating as the golden runes beneath dimmed. Everyone was stunned as Old Master Xia gave up on attacking Xia Liuchuan. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Wen, staring at the log in his arms with a puzzled look. Xia Xuanyu, who was sitting beside him, looked at Zhou Wen with a look of surprise. She never expected Zhou Wen to crack the heaven and earth origin returning array. Zhou Wen never expected the log to be so powerful. If he had known this would happen, he would have long cracked open the heaven and earth origin returning array. He wouldn't have needed to wait until now. However, Zhou Wen didn't waste any time being dazed. He ran towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony with the log in hand. Old Master Xia's figure moved as he attempted to stop Zhou Wen. Although he didn't know what Zhou Wen was up to, he didn't think it was anything good, nor did he wish for anything to happen. Just as he moved, he saw a sword beam stab at him. Old Master Xia dodged slightly, and the evil-slaying sword flew past his face. Xia Liuchuan held the pure hook sword with both hands and cleaved down from behind. Old Master Xia snorted and flicked the pure hook sword with his finger, sending it flying. Xia Liuchuan's figure appeared beside the evil-slaying sword that had already flown over. He held onto the evil-slaying sword and slashed at Old Master Xia's neck. "I told you, I taught you everything. Your tricks are useless against me." Old Master Xia seemed to have expected Xia Liuchuan to appear there and punched him in the abdomen. This punch carried unparalleled power. If one was hit, even a steel castle would be blasted open, much less a person. It was evident that Old Master Xia really wanted to kill Xia Liuchuan. However, Xia Liuchuan's person disappeared again. Old Master Xia's fist missed again. Clang! A sword stabbed into Old Master Xia's back. It was the ancient sword that Xia Xuanyu used. At that moment, Xia Liuchuan held it in his hand and pierced through Old Master Xia's black jade armor. "Very good. Really good. I never expected your sword warp technique to reach such a stage. You can use the sword of others to warp. From the looks of it, you never planned on following my orders to kill Zhou Wen from the beginning." Old Master Xia lowered his head as his eyes turned terrifying. Without turning around, he enunciated each word with a heavy tone. The ancient sword had penetrated 3 inches in, and the sword beam erupted like a volcano. However, no matter how Xia Liuchuan exerted his strength, he was unable to move the sword tip any further. Old Master Xia's figure suddenly turned blurry and vanished in front of Xia Liuchuan, as though he had teleported. Xia Liuchuan cursed silently and used sword warp. When he appeared again, he was already beside the evil-slaying sword. However, just as Xia Liuchuan appeared, Old Master Xia appeared beside the evil-slaying sword and punched him to the ground. Boom! Xia Liuchuan's body slammed heavily to the ground, creating a huge crater. Blood spewed out of his mouth as countless bones fractured. "Brother!" Xia Xuanyu struggled to stand up and wanted to rush over. "Don't come over. Leave quickly." Xia Liuchuan gritted his teeth and shouted. At the same time, he used sword warp with all his might again. When he arrived beside the pure hook sword, his body clearly staggered, but his grip on the sword remained immensely firm. However, the moment he held the pure hook sword, Old Master Xia had already appeared in front of him. Without waiting for Xia Liuchuan to swing his sword, His fists had already struck Xia Liuchuan's chest at an indiscernible speed. Xia Liuchuan vomited blood, and his sternum collapsed. Chapter 750, Freakish Monster. While Xia Liuchuan held back Old Master Xia, Zhou Wen finally reached the top of the Hall of Supreme Harmony's roof. When he raised the log to the highest point, Zhou Wen knew that he was at the right spot. After the log was erected on the roof, it seemed to be sucked by a magnet. Zhou Wen didn't need to support it to prevent it from falling. "It's done." Zhou Wen was delighted as he took 2 steps back. The word slave didn't appear on his forehead again. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to see what changes the log had undergone, because Xia Liuchuan was about to be sucked dry. Old Master Xia's hand grabbed Xia Liuchuan's head, causing his essence energy, essence, vitality, and spirit to rush into Old Master Xia's body. Originally, Xia Liuchuan's life had nothing to do with Zhou Wen, but if he allowed Old Master Xia to absorb Xia Liuchuan's powers to advance to the mythical stage, it would be even harder to deal with him. Furthermore, if Xia Liuchuan hadn't held back Old Master Xia just now, it would have been very difficult for him to escape Old Master Xia and erect the log above the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Without the restriction of the log, Zhou Wen felt much more relaxed. Dr. Darkness possessed him as he drew Bamboo Blade. He used Transcendent Flying Immortal and instantly appeared in front of Old Master Xia and slashed at his hand that was grabbing Xia Liuchuan. Old Master Xia's other hand blocked the Bamboo Blade at the last moment. With the protection of the black jade armor, Bamboo Blade failed to injure his hand. However, this was within Zhou Wen's expectations. He held the orchid blade in his other hand and slashed at Old Master Xia's neck from a strange angle. Old Master Xia had no choice but to let go of Xia Liuchuan and grab the orchid blade with his other hand. Zhou Wen's movement technique changed as he danced in the air, preventing Old Master Xia's hand from touching his saber. With one long and one short blade in hand, he slashed at Old Master Xia from all sorts of strange angles. He didn't dare use his essence energy skills, and only relied on his strength to attack. Although the Heaven and Earth Origin returning array had been destroyed, Old Master Xia had the ability to absorb all sorts of essence energy. Even an essence energy skill with powerful offensive strength like the Golden Sword Aura would be directly absorbed by him and augment him. The other essence energy skills were even more useless. Thankfully, Zhou Wen was best at movement techniques. He didn't need to release his essence energy, or he would have been sucked in by Old Master Xia. Outside Forbidden City, Zhang Chengqiu and Dugu Ji were already dumbfounded. With the Heaven and Earth Origin returning array enveloping the area, they had no idea what was happening inside. After the array was destroyed by Zhou Wen, they could finally see the situation inside. However, they ended up seeing that Xia Liuchuan had been beaten up by Old Master Xia, and how Zhou Wen had helped to resolve the situation and was fighting Old Master Xia. In addition, more than 10,000 Xia family members had collapsed to the ground. It left them momentarily shocked, unsure of what had happened. Zhou Wen pushed Transcendent Flying Immortal to its limits. With Dr. Darkness strengthening his body, his speed was much faster than a mythical creature like Six-Winged. However, his 2 sabers did not touch Old Master Xia at all. Path to Snatching Heaven. Zhou Wen recognized that the movement technique Old Master Xia was using was the path to snatching heaven. Zhou Wen didn't find it strange that old Master Xia could use path to snatching heaven. Furthermore, old Master Xia's path to snatching heaven was stronger than Xia Qianyu's. Clearly, he had long cultivated it to the divine level. However, this movement technique was somewhat different from Xia Qianyu's. It was several times stronger. Even Zhou Wen's divine transcendent flying immortal paled in comparison. What was even more terrifying was that not only did old Master Xia have a good movement technique, but he seemed to have made terrifying achievements in his various techniques. Every ordinary move was like a finishing touch. It was as if every move had reached a divine level. Zhou Wen was completely suppressed in a short period of time. Be it in terms of technique or strength, he was unable to fight old Master Xia head-on. If not for the fact that he already knew the profundity of the path to snatching heaven, he would have been injured by old Master Xia. With his understanding of path to snatching heaven and the wonders of transcendent flying immortal, Zhou Wen was barely able to maintain an undefeated stance. This sicko is a monster. How can someone cultivate all the techniques to the divine level? Is he still human? Zhou Wen knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate a technique to the divine level. After cultivating for so long, he had only cultivated transcendent flying immortal to the divine level. Xia Liuchuan was about 10 years older than him, but he had also only cultivated sword warp to the divine level. As for old Master Xia, he gave Zhou Wen the feeling that he was omnipotent. It was as though any technique would become an unparalleled divine technique in his hands. Although he didn't use any essence energy skills, he was already suffocating from the pressure. Thankfully, Zhou Wen was a person who was calmer and less prone to mistakes in times of adversity. He kept searching for an opportunity to defeat old Master Xia. Typical companion beast attacks weren't of much use against someone like old Master Xia, who could absorb essence energy skills. Physical attacks were relatively effective against him. However, now that he had the guardian armor, he was like a tiger with wings. Typical mythical companion beasts were probably not a threat to him. Tyrant Behemoth was originally a better choice. Unfortunately, its absolute strength had run out not long ago, so it couldn't be used for the time being. After some thought, Zhou Wen realized that among his companion beasts, the only ones that might pose a threat to old Master Xia were Torch Dragon's bright torch vision world, Demonic Neonate's demonic sword, and Truth Listener that had activated multiple earrings. However, they might only be effective and not necessarily useful. Therefore, Zhou Wen had to find an appropriate opportunity to use Torch Dragon's bright torch world. He only hoped to kill old Master Xia in one strike and not give him any chance. His flesh tore as old Master Xia's fingertip brushed past Zhou Wen's arm. Immediately, his flesh was sliced open and blood flowed out. If Zhou Wen had dodged any slower, his arm would have been severed. To fight someone whose movement techniques weren't slower than them, whose attacks were more ruthless than them, and whose moves were more ingenious than them, anyone would feel immense pressure. If they weren't careful, they might be killed in one strike. In reality, there was no rewind option like in game, so Zhou Wen didn't dare be careless. He would rather be injured than take the risk of being killed in one strike. You are indeed different from the rest. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw such a movement technique and endurance from an old man in his 70s or 80s. But you are only 17 or 18 years old. To be able to do this much, your future achievements will definitely not be inferior to Tianzuo's if you don't die. Old Master Xia said calmly as he attacked. Actually, he shouldn't be called Old Master Xia anymore, because his current appearance was almost the same as a man in his 30s. There were no signs of aging on his body. His majestic figure, domineering aura, and invincible combat strength made him seem invulnerable. Blood splattered as another wound appeared on Zhou Wen's back. "I'll help you." Xia Liuchuan struggled to stand up, but his injuries were too serious. He staggered as he walked. Only his hand that held the sword remained steady. Xia Liuchuan wanted to throw his sword at Old Master Xia, but before he could do so, Old Master Xia had already struck out with his palm, sending Xia Liuchuan flying along with his sword. Now, Zhou Wen instantly unleashed his strength. He pushed Transcendent Flying Immortal to its limits, as the two blades transformed into streams of light that crisscrossed with Old Master Xia.